We're gonna let people. I think they're gonna show the video and then we'll go up. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You got the video. Okay, so the girls are ready to put the chairs.
Just take the mic, скажи, щоб вони всі сідали. Dear guests, please come closer, come closer. We will start the panel in a minute.
You're introducing me.
Yes, and you introduce the panel.
So, how about
We'll have video at the beginning.
you do video?
Yeah, you do video, and then after the video, I'll introduce you as the moderator, and you will introduce the speakers. Yeah, yeah. Dear guests, good morning. Good morning to everyone, and welcome. Before we start, we would like you to watch the video prepared by our team. Thank you. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you here today. Yesterday, we opened Ukraine House with US-Ukraine panel discussion, followed by the networking reception supported by the American Chamber of Commerce. And definitely everyone discussed the big day of the inauguration of the newly elected president of the US. So today, we would like to continue this topic and to discuss the post-inauguration, the view from the US. And this is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of this panel, Lena Gozharny, founding partner and CEO of the Horizon Capital.
Thank you.
And also Lena is the chair of board of directors at the American Chamber of Commerce. So the floor is yours, Lena. Have a great discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Yesterday, we had such an overwhelmingly positive response to our U.S.-Ukraine Alignment of Interest panel, to the reception, and we decided to add a panel today so that we could hear from two esteemed panelists. And I'm very delighted to welcome them on stage. First, I'd like to welcome Kenneth Hirsch. Ken Hirsch is President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center. He's co-founder and CEO of NGP Energy Capital Management, one of the largest natural resources PE firms in the world. It's an incredible achievement, 27-year track record of over 30%, and named one of the top 50 energy contributors in the US by Oil and Gas Magazine. I could go through all of his lists of boards and achievements, but I also want to touch on the fact that he wrote a book in 2023 that we would highly recommend, The Fastest Tortoise, Winning in Industries I Knew Nothing About. So please welcome Ken Hirsch. I'm also thrilled to have Dan Runde join. Yesterday, Dan did a great job moderating the panel, our opening night panel. And today, I want Dan to share with us his insights and perspectives. Dan Runde is Senior Vice President, Director of the Project on Prosperity and Development, and holds the William A. Schreier Chair in Global Analysis at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in DC, a leading global think tank. He's held leadership positions at USAID and World Bank. He's one of the architects of the BUILD Act of Prosper Africa, and also one of the contributors to the launch of DFC. We are proud that he is a UMAIF board member, and also he is the commission director of CSIS's Ukraine Economic Reconstruction Commission. He's also written a book, The American Imperative, and we kindly ask you, Dan, to come up to the stage and to join us. So we've kept this panel to Dan and Ken so that we really can do a deep dive into US-Ukraine relations and their immense experience on the private sector and the lessons that can be taken away for Ukraine. So let's start off with yesterday, a historic moment. The 47th President of the United States inaugurated the 45th and 47th with a resounding mandate from the American people for change in the United States, and certainly held the globe captive yesterday in the tension that was placed on this inauguration. We had an inauguration live stream here, a reception, very well attended, and I believe that the takeaways that we've seen is overall that Ukrainians are cautiously optimistic. So what would you say? Ken, let's start with you. What would you say? Do you share that cautiously optimistic view? What is your perspective on what awaits the U.S. and Ukraine?
Well, first, thank you for having me. And I represent the Bush Center, the George W. Bush Center in Dallas, which is also the home for the Bush Institute, that just came out with a set of policy recommendations for the new administration. And I brought you a hard copy that's on your chairs, and we've left some for the overflow. But we are unapologetic globalists at the Bush Center. We believe that supporting Ukraine is an imperative. Your video said it with pictures, but it's real clear about more support, unrestricted support, a security guarantee of some kind, sanctions, stronger sanctions and secondary sanction regime, and then not letting the world forget war crimes. Those are policy recommendations for a new administration. You mentioned, what are my impressions? Overarching message from the new president was strength. We don't need to guess what President Trump wants or is like. We had 4 years of him, and we've heard him again. So there are no secrets when it comes to President Trump. And so a peace through strength mentality is a language that Putin understands. I think that there's a narrative that President Trump is going to hand Ukraine over to Putin. Here you go. All Putin has to do is say, that's a nice suit you're wearing, sir, and flatter him, and somehow it's going to happen. I don't believe that. President Trump has walked away from deals that he feels are bad deals. He walked away from the Iranian JCPOA in the first administration. He walked away from Paris. He walked away from Paris yesterday. He walked away from an agreement that he tried to make with North Korea in Hanoi in the first administration, and they tried to change the terms, and he walked. Okay, those are good data points. And I think that there's an opportunity for President Trump to actually create leverage by saying, we and the Europeans can dial up more sanctions. We can now go after the secondary tanker fleet that is violating the primary oil restrictions coming out of Russia. And we have $300 billion of your dollars that we're going to keep. I mean, there's a lot of things he can say. And heck, he said things to our best friends in Mexico and Canada to bring him to the table on immigration. So why not be blustery with one of our adversaries? Anyway, I think there's an opportunity here for President Trump that's consistent with his message. We'll see what he does, but I think there's an opportunity there.
Thank you, Ken. Dan, what about you?
First, I love the video. It's inspiring, and I think it's a great way to frame the conversation that Ukraine is an opportunity. It's a solution to global challenges, but it's also a solution to many of the challenges America faces. It's not to see it as a charity case, but to see this as an investment. I'm very optimistic. I thought this was a wonderful speech yesterday. I thought he exuded strength and optimism, and I think that I share the guarded optimism of the business community in Ukraine that was talked about yesterday by Andy Hunder, the survey that y'all did. I want to say a couple of other things. I mean, I think I'm really proud to be associated with the Ukraine Moldova America Enterprise Fund, one of the sponsors of the Ukraine House Davos. I mean, we've been an early investor in the tech sector. Arguably, we were sort of the gasoline fuel for a lot of the tech sector. We've invested in more than 30 tech companies since 2017. So when people say there's been this incredible movement in the tech sector, we've been quietly behind the scenes supporting that. We're also proud to have spun off Horizon Capital 20 years ago, which has raised $1.6 billion in private equity capital, and is, I would think, arguably the only real private equity fund in Ukraine and Moldova. Is that maybe that's our, right. Anyways, it's one of the few. Let's put it that way. Excuse me.
We're proud of our position.
Yeah, proud of your position. So don't hold me to that piece of it. So I think President Trump is going to be looking for great deals. I've heard him say, I've been in a crowd when he's talked about a couple of things. He's talked about, I'm open to lending money to Ukraine. I'm also see Ukraine as I'm interested in sharing in the upside of Ukraine. He compared, if I believe this is the case, he compared Ukraine to investing in a golf professional and sharing in the upside of that. I think this was in a speech. So he thinks differently. He thinks in unorthodox and creative ways, and often many times that unlocks opportunities that have eluded other people. So I think we should think of it in those terms. So I think the framing of the opportunity and the upside of Ukraine is a good framing for the conversation with President Trump and the new administration. I also think the Biden administration started providing loans to Ukraine, right? And so you're going to see, I think, the British, I asked this yesterday, I believe the UK government did not pay back their Lend-Lease loans until 2006, and Lend-Lease began in 1939. So you guys do the math, but it was like, so if we provide a sweetheart deal loan at 0.5% interest, and they got 50 years to pay it back, and oh, and by the way, we become partners on minerals and tech and defense tech and gas. And there's lots of things we could be talking about. So I think we need to think about how we're a partner. I also think there's been some very effective recent arguments, I think, for the new administration. I think Mark Thiessen, to his great credit, had a column in the Washington Post talking about the $26 trillion opportunity. I think we need to be clear in saying, what's the alternative to the United States and the West and Canada and Japan, all of Ukraine's friends walking with Ukraine and sharing and being a partner in the future of Ukraine? If for some reason that doesn't happen, what's the alternative reality? The alternative reality is the Chinese Communist Party is going to have access to $26 trillion in minerals, and they're going to use them against the United States of America. Iran is going to use them in drones against Israel and the United States of America. North Korea is going to use them against our allies in Asia, and Russia will be strengthened. It strikes me as like that's not a good deal for the United States of America. It's not a good deal for the West, and it's not a good deal for Ukraine. Ukraine clearly wants to join the West. So I think the other thing I would say, Lena, is I think one of the things I think that often not understood about President Trump is he's looking to renegotiate the burden sharing. Think of it like a condo association and renegotiating the condo fees of globalization. In many ways, you could think about President Trump wanting to renegotiate the condo fees, the burden sharing of globalization. So in the case of Ukraine, I think he's going to say, I'm looking at all these 30 or so members of NATO, of which 10, someone can correct me who's like closer to this than I believe 10 of the 30 are doing less than 2%. So there's some great countries that I like a lot that aren't doing 2%, and they're on the naughty list. And so this is a problem. Italy is one of them. They're hosting the G7. I won't name all of them, but there's some wonderful countries on the naughty list who are good on Ukraine but are naughty on this. And he's going to say, "What the hell are you doing?" He pushed really hard in his first term to get increased spending in NATO, and he was very blunt about it. And I think he's going to say, if you want us to continue to support Ukraine, you better show up and hit your 2% or even more than that. There's been discussions about renegotiating. The NATO people who do this for a living are talking about let's redo this and rejigger it to not 2%, but 2.5 or 3%. So there's some countries that need to get with the program and fast. So I would say that. But I would also say the other thing is on burden sharing is if I'm him, I'm going to say, I know there's all these 27 fancy chapters to something to join the EU. The land speed record's 3 years for Austria to join the EU. I'd like by the end of my term that Ukraine and preferably and ideally Moldova are both in the European Union on January the 20th, 2029. Make it do it in 5 years. Now I know the people have a freak out in Brussels about that, but if I'm him, I'm going to be like, get righteous with me on NATO and get righteous with me on the EU. Why does this matter? Because the real money turns on when you join the EU. It's not on the front end, like the halfway house isn't where the real money is. The real money is when you join. Then you get the railroads and the airports and the bridges. But the other thing is, there's not enough fancy papers at think tanks. I can do chin pulling and furrow browing seminars till the cows come home and use big words to try and convince and change the behavior of the political class or the business class or the voting class in Ukraine. I think what will change the ultimate carrot in Ukraine for serious reform is joining the coolest, what I say to American audience, what would you have done to join the coolest fraternity in college? What hazing would you have put up with? So Ukraine has to go through the hazing of joining the coolest fraternity in the world for them, which is the European Union, right? Joining the EU is like joining this coolest fraternity at SMU or University of Texas, Austin, right? Think of it like, or the coolest sorority. And so what would you do? And so the reforms that Ukraine has to make, some of which are painful, are a function of joining. That's the carrot. It's not about hectoring or emotional speeches or foreign aid or anything else. It's going to be that goal. So the Europeans need to get with the program on NATO and burden sharing and other countries who are members of NATO. And then we need to accelerate. So then finally, I'd just say this, Lena. If I'm President Trump, I'm going to be interested in loans. And I'll be interested in loans, and including loans from Europe to pay for Ukraine to buy American weapons. That's interesting. And then I think I've got some other suggestions. I'll just stop there.
Okay, thank you, Dan. That was very comprehensive. Everyone can take this home. What's next? from the George W. Bush Presidential Institute. Ken, from this book, from this little booklet, what would you say advising the administration in terms of stop, start, continue when it comes to Ukraine?
Well, continue is first continue with the military support and reinforce the messages that the Ukrainians are incredibly brave, they're incredibly effective. They're not asking for our lives, they're asking for our weapons. And frankly, those weapons are produced by American companies. So it's not uneconomic for the United States to provide that. And to provide it with no restrictions. Let them fight to win. So continue that for sure. The second is the sanctions that are in place, especially on capping Russian oil prices, is really interesting and actually was the right policy. It was not executed properly because there's an entire shadow fleet of oil tankers that are going to places like India and subverting the spirit. And you can't hide these tankers. We know where they are. So they're easy to track, and we can track them and create secondary sanctions that are effective. And that's a language Putin understands. Right now, Russia is not in a great position. The ruble's collapsing. The inflation rate is huge. As for a superpower to need North Korean ammunition and soldiers is kind of and Iranian technology. That's kind of interesting. And so the world is sitting here, should be connecting the dots and saying, Russia, that the Ukrainians have a winnable hand. So we need to continue to support that winning hand. And I think that's the genesis of a sustainable ceasefire and a sustainable set of solutions that may take a long period of time to implement, but that would be the most important message. You talk about peace through strength, you can actually demonstrate it. And I think that's the essence of what our policy recommendations are. And it's not really to say that these are all outlandish wishes. Yeah. These are highly doable because there are parts of them that are being executed right now, but they could be executed better. One thing that Dan mentioned, that I would extrapolate from Dan about Ukraine and all of the opportunity that the world is seeing firsthand is the people.
Yeah.
Amen.
And I have met some Ukrainian immigrants who have made their way to Dallas, Texas. The world can see now not only bravery and frontline tenacity, but innovation. What you see as an investor, this entrepreneurship that's just waiting to be unleashed and has been unleashed in certain sectors, and how it can be pervasive across so many other sectors. So, to me, that's the message I would add to the wonderful inspirational video is the people, and the Ukrainian are showing the world what enterprise looks like on the ground.
Thank you so much. That's such a highlight of Ukraine House Davos, focusing on human capital, on people. Dan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've got a couple of, we've been running this commission on reconstruction for the last couple of years, and you've been a part of it. Slava Johnson's been a part of it. A number of other folks here have been a part of it. Let me just say, as part of that, we have taken about 20 Hill staffers to Ukraine since the war, and we've taken about 12 members of Congress. So why are we doing that? So normally, members of Congress and staff can do things that are called staff delegations or congressional delegations. Well, there has been a cap on the number of employees at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. That is because the Biden administration was afraid of having a Libya-type disaster happen. And so out of an abundance of caution, they would not allow any more people. And as a result, the embassy had very limited ability to staff and support any visits. And so they could not, no member of Congress, so they're asking for billions of dollars. The Biden administration's asking for billions of dollars, and then they're saying, well, I'd like to go and kick the tires, please. Like, well, no, you can't do that. So we had to go and find money, grovel and beg, and find private money and the right flavor of money to do it. So it's not simple. And then you had to kind of produce this. Well, this has been, we've done 30 background papers. We did a major commission. We've done 2 conferences on Reconstruction because it's hard to get Americans to go to European conferences. And they say, why aren't the Americans there? Like, we don't travel that well. And so you got to come to D.C. or you got to come to New York. So we did 2 conferences looking at that. But I think the most important thing right now, so if I was the Trump administration, I'd say, okay, that's a baloney rule. And I would triple or quadruple the number of staff at the embassy in Ukraine so that members of Congress and staffers could go. I know this sounds like a stupid kind of an inside the beltway thing, but this is colossally stupid. And I understand why they did it, but we need to have, so I can think if I go to Washington and I ask staffers, have you been to Israel? They all raise their hand. Members of Congress, yes. Have you been to Taiwan? They all raise their hands. Members of Congress, they all raise their hands. If you ask members of Congress, you've been to Ukraine in the last 10 years, nobody's been there. You ask them how many staffers have been to Ukraine, nobody's been there. So unless you got there like around the Maidan, which is like 2014, like you ain't been there. So like we're asking for billions of dollars. I think this is an issue. So I think this is an easy thing that the Trump administration could take on and say like, okay, let's have an open flow of the political machinery of the U.S. government to engage in Ukraine, because that has not happened since the war, and that's not talked about because it's not polite. We don't want to criticize. We didn't want to criticize the Biden administration, and I understand the thinking behind it. But if you asked people at the embassy, they wanted this to be lifted because they understand this is cuckoo. Okay.
Dan, I'm so glad that you touched on the private sector and the commission work, because yesterday when we were all watching the speech, of course, President Trump was repeating what he has said throughout the campaign trail. Drill, baby, drill, liquid gold. You know, U.S. is going to be an energy exporter. We're going to be the greatest, energy self-sufficient nation in the world, et cetera. And I want to use that to pivot, because I think this is extremely important to capitalize on the experience that we've got on this panel. And Ken, if you look, you have been a pioneer on the energy private equity. I mean, for anyone investing in private equity to do 27 years, over 30%, to put the capital structure together, to do deals, to have over 20 billion under management, it's an incredible feat. So what would you, I'm sure you agree with the drill, baby, drill. I'm sure, what we heard yesterday from Admiral Mike Hewitt was Ukraine take the Trump playbook and start doing the same thing in the country, in your country. Drill, be self-sufficient, focus on energy, focus on your critical minerals. So what are your takeaways that you can give to Ukraine on this front, on the energy front, on how to bring in this kind of capital into the businesses and the sectors that you saw on that screen in the video?
Sure. Almost every one of those sectors is characterized by really, really large upfront capital that you have to put in on day one, and then you get capital back over the next 20, 30, 40 years, okay, with less reinvestment than you put in on day one. So what do you need to put in to make the assumption? What assumption do you want on day one? Well, you can't, you can go put money in Venezuela on day one, but you're not going to get back over 30 years, right? And so you've seen the rule of law is huge. Who are your partners locally? You have to know, are you dealing with people who are honest and open, and is there some sort of contracts, that the sanctity of contracts, all those things that are sort of basic building blocks of freedom, democracy, and capitalism, all those things that exist in Ukraine and have for the last 40, 30 years, those are all the building blocks that you need to entice this investment. If you tell somebody put $1 billion in the country and then we'll pay you, you'll get this payout over 10 years and then you'll get profits in years 11 through 30, that's all very interesting if I know that the deal's not going to be retraded. So who's my partner? And what separates countries that get money from Western capital and those countries that don't are those countries that don't retrade their deals, right? And so that's why it's really hard for an energy company to go into far-off places if they think that, eventually people are going to say, hey, wait a minute, the price of oil is $80 a barrel. It only costs you $5 to pull it out of the ground. Well, you're forgetting the $20 billion that I put in on day one. And then people say, but right now they're stealing from us. They're taking our resource. It's too high a profit margin. It's not unlike a pharmaceutical company that spends 10 years and tens of billions of dollars of getting a drug to market, and the drug costs $1 and they sell it for 100. and they say, look at how you're ripping us off. It's an end-to-end equation. So those are the things that I think that once people realize that it's a safe place to do business, second, that it's not a kleptocracy, that there's real enterprises, that there's real contract law, that there's real sanctity around honesty and who your partners are. Those are the table stakes. And once that happens, it's an obvious reconstruction bet. I mean, there's a lot of capital that's going to go in as soon as the fighting stops and as soon as those preconditions for a return on investment are made. So it's not a gift. And I think that's when you have a stable economy. If you're just going around and saying, we need to have a conference to rebuild the country and you're looking for gifts, that's interesting, and there are people who will do that. But if you say that this is an investment opportunity, which what I love about what you're doing here in Davos, which is to present this as a business opportunity, we're not asking for a handout.
That's right.
Right? We're asking for support for a democracy and a young capitalist society that has an incredible will to do it. And I think that once that happens, you have the minerals, you have the agriculture's obviously a given, and you're an energy corridor, and plus you're not shy on natural resources. So all of the elements are there below ground. Now you need them above ground.
Fantastic. I also see that in the audience we have the chair of Ukranafta board. Hey, Duncan, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. And I had the pleasure of listening to Duncan. Maybe let's get a mic over to Duncan. I'd love a few words from him. I had the pleasure of listening to Duncan at the Rebuild Ukraine conference in Toronto. And we were talking about this upstairs, how for years, Ukranafta, which is the state oil company, was losing money. Then you had the corporate governance put in, the focus on running state-owned enterprises in the right way with independent boards. And Duncan, I was incredibly impressed. The profit, the revenue, share it with us.
Okay. Well,
in the middle of a full-fledged invasion.
yeah, very good questions, very good observations in terms of what Ukranafta has been able to achieve over the last 24 months since nationalization. Okay, thank you. It's been quite a journey for the company, and very well supported by the Ukrainian government and the foresight of President Zelensky, who nationalized the part of Ukranafta that was more or less under private control. So Ukranafta at this point in time has two shareholders. One is Naftogaz and one is the Ministry of Defense. I get a lot of questions, why does the Ministry of Defense have that shareholding position? And that's really strictly because, what Ukranafta does is provide a lot of the energy requirements, not just for the Ukrainian people, but also for the military itself. So it's a state asset, it's of strategic importance. And during that period over the last 24 months of change, we did put in a complete new senior management team, a new independent supervisory board composed of people with an immense amount of experience from Canada, UK, and Norway, as well as shareholder representatives from Naftogaz and the Ministry of Defense. And as a result of those changes over the last 24 months, we have had about a net revenue exceeding 1.5 billion, returning record dividends and taxes to the Ukrainian government, as well as I say, the supervisory independent board, which has implemented the OECD best business practices and corporate governance, which I'm chairing on the board. So it's been a tremendous journey operating in very difficult conditions, as we've discussed here. But again, what I hear from the panel and other panels is the creativity, ingenuity, the commitment, the resilience of the people who are within Ukranafta that support that journey. And it's been a tremendous experience for me, and I'm very proud to be part of it.
How many people?
In total, we have about just over 20,000 employees that span all the activities of Ukranafta. And for those of you who don't know, we are a fully integrated company. So we do the exploration, the development, the production, transportation, and on the field side. So it's it's a big company. We are, which many people find strange for a state-owned company, is we're very much on the business development growth side, and we'll continue that journey. I can't mention a company's name at the moment, but we do have under our control just under 600 retail gas stations, and we've just done a $30 million deal with a company to add another 100 gas stations on top of that. So it's truly fully integrated, extracting value right through the value creation chain for the government of Ukraine.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I don't want to take away from our next panel, which is Faith Under Siege, which is a fantastic topic, very important about the religious persecution that we have seen in Ukraine that has a fantastic panel and speakers. So in closing, quickly, I'll start with you, Dan. Let's keep things short. Your message on reconstruction, on private sector, to investors looking at Ukraine.
Defense tech, minerals, oil and gas, as well as AI. Those 4 things.
And Ken, for all of those who are striving for over 30% net IRR, we talked about how we're on that path for over 10 years, but we certainly haven't hit this 27 mark. What's your advice?
Always invest in great people and then get out of their way. So Ukraine has all the building blocks, and I am optimistic. That doesn't mean that everything's going to be perfect, but you should never let the perfect get in the way of the good. And as long as we're moving in the right direction, just keep doing the next thing that feels like you're going in the right direction, and you will.
Thank you so much. Everyone, let's join together and thank our panelists today. Kenneth Hirsch and Dan Runde.
Thanks.
In Davos, so this is a small present for you.
Thank
From
you.
the Ukrainian designer.
Thank you.
Dan has
I've
his
got one
scarf
already. I don't want to double dip.
Oh,
Let's get a photo, yeah.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, put that on. Looks good on you.
Here, I'll
Yeah,
stand
yeah,
in the middle.
please. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Dan.
Dear
Thank
guests,
you.
please
You're
stay with
welcome.
us because from this panel, we are going simultaneously to the next panel. In 5 minutes, yes. Please join us. Thank you. Hi. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. тут так. Тільки приїхали. Ну, бо знаєш, скільки тут людей приходить? Звичайно. А, так все добре. I will ask them to move. Dear guests, please come closer. We will start the next panel. Please get your seats. Come closer. Those who are still at the reception, you are very welcome to join us. Don't be afraid to come. Good afternoon, dear guests. We continue our second day at Ukraine House Davos, and on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you today. Our next panel is called Faith Under Siege, and I would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the panel, Sonia Soltus, Market Head in Ukraine, APCO Worldwide.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Before we get started, we would very much like everyone to stand for a moment of silence in commemoration of all the Ukrainians who have lost their lives fighting for freedom, but particularly for those who have lost their lives and are suffering for freedom of religion. Thank you. Before we get started, we're going to show you a 10-minute short film, which was produced by one of our panelists, Colby Barrett. As a Protestant Christian, Colby was shocked at the violence Russian forces were inflicting on Ukrainian Christians, particularly evangelicals. The upcoming documentary, he's taken action by producing this film, and the upcoming documentary is called A Faith Under Siege, and it aims to get at the truth of the matter. The film focuses on Russia's acts of brutality, torture, forced exorcism of Ukrainian Protestants, and the kidnapping and militarization of nearly 20,000 Ukrainian orphans, many of whom were taken from church-run orphanages. My blood's already boiling. I'm sure yours will after you will see this film. And then we'll bring our panelists to the stage.
So many people were leaving, trying to escape the Russians. Why did you decide to stay?
Я, можливо, вас здивую трошки, да. Господь не випустив нас. В Херсон я приїхав в 96-му році. Це була така ситуація, я колись був залежною людиною. І там почав ходити до церкви, навернувся до Бога. І Пастор виїхав за кордон, а мені подарував невеликий будиночок і кусочок землі, і далі там я вже будувався. Там з'явилась наша родина. Це селище для мене стало дійсно рідним. Да, до відкритої фази війни наша церква налічувала десь близько 50 людей.
Коли почалася війна, на заправках, до заправок були великі пробки, неможливо було просто проїхати. І потім при виїзді з Миколаєва великі колони стояли з Херсону. Люди виїздили.
І коли почалося вторгнення росіян, ми вже розуміли, що вони підходять близько до Херсона. І насправді страшно. Це страшно і дуже боляче. Дуже боляче. Я сказав своїй родині, вже на вечір було виїздити пізно, я сказав, давайте будемо молитись до ранку, щоб Господь дав нам чітку відповідь, що робити далі. Більше того, під час цієї молитви я дивився на свій будинок, який побудував, на телевізор, який тільки купив. Мені було дуже шкода все це кидати. І вранці, коли ми встали, у мене була одна ясна думка в голові. Господь мені сказав, залишайся, я буду берегти тебе і твою родину. Особливо перші місяці окупації були важкими, бо ми міли, що ми будемо їсти, де брати продукти і так далі.
Того, що багато людей було, яких забирали.
Everybody in Kherson has a story about torture.
Мого сусіда забрали, і його досі невідома його судьба, де він, що з ним.
They call it being taken to the basement. It's a euphemism for torture. Everybody's got a friend or themselves that was taken to the basement. And it was especially true for church leaders.
All across Russian-occupied Ukraine, soldiers are shutting down places of worship.
Russian forces are closing churches and persecuting Christians.
Багато церков позакривалося. Росіяни були практично у всіх церквах Херсона. Вони заходили, вони спілкувались. Я знаю пасторів, у яких дітей заарештовували, і таким чином чинили на них тиск.
When Kherson was occupied, just holding church services was so risky. But some pastors were brave enough to do it anyway.
Даруй нам силу, визволитись від окупантів, вижени московитів з нашої землі, захисти наш народ. Амінь. Амінь. Я розумів, що людям треба якась підтримка і відчуття стабільності. Да, ми почали проводити служіння. В цей час було дуже моторошно і дуже страшно. Коли ти проповідуєш, говориш, молишся за визволення України. Да, вони саме з 5 до 6 години приходили з обшуками там і так далі. Я кожен день, десь о 5 годині, я просинався, вставав, щоб, якщо прийдуть, то щоб я був як мінімум одягнений. Що можуть прийти. Але от Господь як сказав, що Він захистить.
І вони, коли йшли по вулиці, вони заходили в кожен будинок, а до нас вони не заходили.
І він це зробив ні одного разу. Ні один росіянин не зайшов або до мене додому, або в церкву. Це те, що я вважаю величезним дивом Божим просто.
Now to stunning new developments in the war in Ukraine. Yesterday, Russia announced its forces would withdraw from the southern city of Kherson and the surrounding area.
A humiliating defeat for Vladimir Putin.
І коли наші війська зайшли в Херсон, це була ейфорія волі, визволення.
This place where I'm standing was occupied by the Russians. And now it's not. Unfortunately, the Russians didn't go very far. they're still right across the river from Kherson.
The Dnieper River divides Kherson, with the left bank controlled by Russian forces and the right by Ukrainians. Kherson is a city under siege.
Civilians are now living with a daily onslaught of Russian shelling.
In Kherson, at least 10 are dead and 58 injured in a strike on Christmas Eve.
Так, це було 24 грудня 2022 року. Якраз Різдвяне свято для дітей ми робили. Opel Vivaro – це перша автівка, яка була попала під обстріл такий. Десь приблизно 15 серпня. І ми стояли кружком у дворі, ми молились якраз. І під час цієї молитви, у нас гості були, там я почув, як ми молились, він полетів. Мабуть, був пустий, але от за 2 дні повернувся, і в це саме місце, де ми стояли, де молились, там стояло моє авто, в це саме місце він просто скинув вибухівку. Потім 2 тижні пройшло. Ми їхали з дітьми в мікроавтобусі, і вони вдарили по автівці. Граната пробила дах, поранила нас. Це десь приблизно за кілометр від мого дому. Ми просто поїхали додому, і коли вже під'їжджали додому, то діти мої сказали мені, що дрон супроводжує нас. Відкрили ворота, ми заскочили одразу в гараж, закрили гараж і послухали, він завис просто над нашим будинком. Ми викликали швидку, але коли діти сказали, що тату, там дрон і вже не 1, а 2, то я швидку відмовив. Тобто я зателефонував, сказав, не їдьте, бо вони зараз очікують, що приїде допомога. І коли зрозуміли, що не буде нічого, я вже і просто тоді кинули прямо на дах мого будинку і потрапили саме в ту кімнату, де ми в цей час перев'язувалися, де я перев'язував дітей. Тобто таких випадків взагалі було 5 намагань.
In the midst of it all, Ukrainian Christians are risking their lives to serve those trapped by war.
Приїхав, слава Богу, це дорогой. Я дуже радий тебе бачити в Одесі.
Листопада 22-го року, коли сталося визволення Херсона, нашу церкву в середньому кожне недільне служіння відвідують близько 500-550 людей.
When you think about what's really going on here, Russia is torturing and murdering Ukrainian Christians for their faith. Leaving the house is dangerous. Going to church for a Sunday service is dangerous. Russia is trying to break the will of these people, but they can't do it.
Якби я не відчував себе свободною істотою, я б ніколи не залишився. Я б в страху тікав би звідти, і так далі. Але ми не можемо, як християни, забитись в куточок і жити там. Ми продовжуємо жити. Насправді, те, чому я зараз в Херсоні і за що я веду боротьбу, це за славу Божу і це за волю українців. Бо бували випадки, коли було по 700 людей, там були люди всіх деномінацій. І люди, які просто приходять з світського життя. Да. Просто дім молитви повний, двір повний, 1, 2 дворика, і всюди люди, ми виносили колонки, щоб люди чули. Більше того, навіть сусіди казали, як класно, що ви винесли колонки. Ми сидимо вдома і чуємо все.
Звичайно. По-іншому не можна.
І ти ніде не знаходишся.
you, everyone. Let me introduce our panel. First, I'll start with Colby Barrett, who's the executive producer of the documentary film Faith Under Siege. Colby is an entrepreneur and filmmaker who previously served as captain in the United States Marine Corps, where he led both infantry and scout sniper platoons throughout the Pacific Rim and Middle East as part of various operations, including Noble Eagle and Enduring Freedom. Colby also holds a law degree from Yale Law School, and most recently led a $1 billion plus business as its CEO. And Colby, thank you very, very much for that really inspiring film. Really greatly appreciated. Reverend Johnny Moore is a global evangelical leader best known for his consequential work at the intersection of faith and foreign policy, especially in the Middle East. Reverend Moore is routinely listed among the world's most influential religious figures. He is a popular author, teacher, and acclaimed human rights and religious freedom activist whose effective advocacy has materially impacted policy in many nations. Reverend Moore has a number of awards and honors, including the Simon Wiesenthal Center's prestigious Medal of Valor, and he was twice appointed to the U.S. Commission for International Religious Freedom by the 45th President and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Stephen Moore, founder of the Ukraine Freedom Project. Stephen Moore has spent 7 years as a Republican leadership chief of staff in the U.S. House of Representatives. He came to Ukraine on day 5 of the war to help. His NGO, the Ukraine Freedom Project, started as a humanitarian organization, delivering several $1 million worth of goods to areas impacted by the war. With his years of experience on Capitol Hill, Steve has become a trusted source of firsthand, data-driven information to members of Congress and their staff. As one example, the UFP team conceived and drove the campaign highlighting Russia's systemic torture and murder of Ukraine's evangelical Christians in occupied parts of Ukraine in support of the April 2024 Ukraine aid bill. UFP visited almost 100 congressional offices and ran advocacy campaigns in key districts. Ryan Lane is the Ukraine country manager for Samaritan's Purse International, a non-denominational Christian nonprofit organization from North Carolina, whose mission is to provide physical and spiritual aid to people in need of it around the world. Their 150-strong team in Ukraine has been distributing aid to those most in need across the frontline areas of the war since the start of the full-scale invasion. And Mykola Kuleba, founder of Save Ukraine, and formerly Ukraine's Commissioner for Children's Rights from 2014 to 2021. He is a Ukrainian social and political activist and former presidential commissioner for children's rights. With over 25 years' experience advocating for children's rights, Mykola is globally recognized as a child protection expert and has received several international awards for his work, including the Oxy Courage Award and the Monhay Peace Award in 2023. And Mykola, for those of you who have seen recently children who have been returned to Ukraine, those among the 20,000 who have been kidnapped, it is Save Ukraine that has been crucial in making sure that those children are returned home. And finally, me, I'm your moderator. You may be wondering what's a girl like me moderating a panel like this for. But early in my career, I was actually the press officer for the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church while it was in exile, and was part of the team that came back to Ukraine in 1991 to help rebuild that church. And I think that all of us who know anything about the religious situation in Ukraine understand that Russia historically has persecuted an independent Ukrainian Orthodox Church, persecuted the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, has persecuted members of the Jewish community, and has persecuted those of the evangelical and Christian faiths for centuries. What we see in history was a precursor of what is happening today. And what's important is for that message to get out, that this is not a one-off. This is something that has been done for a long time, and it must stop. So Steve, I'm going to start with you. Tell me, why is it important for us today to take this message, particularly to the United States, in support of Ukraine? How will that help the United States better support Ukraine going forward?
Thank you for that. What a lot of folks don't know, if you're not kind of in the midst of Republican politics in the United States, is that evangelical Christians in America are a very powerful political force. And they make about 40% of Trump's voting bloc. But they're also the most active and vocal part of the Republican coalition. So, the Trump voters started out in March of 2022 with like 3/4 of them thought we should send aid to Ukraine. Now that's like down in the teens, particularly among evangelical Christians. And why is that? Because it's a bunch of reasons. One is that there's just no one showing up to talk to these people. No one is getting into that communication cycle. And so Ukraine becomes someplace far away that I don't know anything about, and those people talk funny. And so what we're doing, and actually the people that are showing up to talk to them are Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Steve Bannon, and people who are out and out lying about what's happening in Ukraine. They're repeating the Kremlin message. So why it's important, this film, because we are telling American Christians, American evangelical Christians, that people who choose to worship God in the very, that's a very personal decision. People who choose to worship God the way they do are dying to be able to do it. They're facing imprisonment. And so what we found is we ran a campaign last year. Anna Shvetsova, who was here, there she is, right there, is our chief operating officer. She's the Ukrainian that knows the most people working on Capitol Hill. But we ran a campaign last year that helped Speaker Johnson get an emotional and spiritual connection to Ukraine. Speaker Johnson was a Baptist activist prior to getting sworn into Congress. So, the CIA briefings gave him the intellectual information about why Ukraine's important, but we were able to give him that emotional and spiritual connection to Ukraine. And that's important not only at that congressional level, but at the grassroots level.
Reverend Moore, I'd like to come to you. Help us understand how the evangelical community in the United States today understands what's happening in Ukraine, if it does broadly. And what is it that we need to be doing more of to be able to gain more support, to be able to take this message to them?
Well, first of all, I just want to commend everyone involved in organizing this for shining a light on the role of faith actors in our world. I would say it's not one of the top topics that Davos is known for, and yet there's this mysterious phenomena about evangelical Christians, and that is they're actually quite informed about the world. When President Trump won the election in 2016, in his first term, if you looked at the issues that motivated evangelical turnout the most, like the top 5 issues, 2 or 3 of those issues were foreign policy related issues, and so. We know about the evangelical church in the Islamic Republic of Iran, for instance. We grew up hearing these stories about the struggle. We stay connected to them. We know about the evangelical church in Ukraine. It's actually one of the fastest growing evangelical movements certainly in all of this continent, but in the world. So I remember as a young evangelical, at our church every year, you would have a group of evangelicals that would come from Ukraine to our congregation, and so there's this like unbelievable network that has existed in that part of Europe that pre-existed this war. And I think it's really, really important to recognize that what you saw in this film here is indicative of our community. We don't start wars, we can't stop wars, but what we can do is we can decide to play our part in the middle of the crisis. And there is no question that however this war ends, I think we can predict it is going. I'm not going to put a timetable on it, but it is going to to end. And there's sort of one major shift. I would say that the forthcoming Trump administration views the conflict more through the eyes of the human cost of the war, and the way that the Biden administration viewed it more through the geostrategic nature of the conflict. These are two different lenses. But when it comes to the human cost of the war, however the war ends, when history writes about this moment, some of those who have lost the most are the evangelicals of Ukraine. And yet, some of the greatest heroes in the middle of this war, those who decided to stay when they could have left in order to serve at great risk to themselves, will be the evangelical community. Because these Christians that you saw in this video, unlike many Christians in the West, perhaps, are willing to die for a faith that most of us barely practice. And this is a story that will resonate with our community. It already is.
Thank you. Colby, what made you decide to spend your time, your energy, your money to develop this film and to tell this story? Give us a little bit of history. What moved you?
Yeah, so I was home in Colorado this summer. I got a phone call from a friend that I went to law school with, and he said, "Hey, I'm organizing an aid convoy to Ukraine. Do you want to come?" And my answer was no. I have 4 kids. I'm very comfortable here. It's dangerous there. But one of the things that, as you follow your faith, sometimes what you want to do isn't what happens. And I felt my heart and my mind being pulled to Ukraine. So we jumped on this aid convoy, brought 25 vehicles in, $1 million worth of supplies with a nonprofit called Zero Line. And in the organization discussion around that convoy, somebody said, it's really important to tell stories of what we see over there. And I thought that was a really good thing to say, and I've got 600 Instagram followers, so man, I was gonna get the word out. And I started researching a little bit about what are those stories over there. And you know, the stats on what's happening to Christians over there is just, it's shocking. We were just discussing the number of churches that are looted, destroyed, or seized by the Russians as they came in, and the number has gone from 630 to 650. There's new information that's coming out to add to that. The number of faith leaders killed just went from 48 to 49. Thousands of churches shut down, and then if you view in free Ukraine, in terms of just Protestant churches, almost 9,000 left. And so there's a big concept of making sure we tell the stories of those that have suffered under this, but also protect those that are still there trying to practice their faith. So we put together a really good documentary team in Ukraine and then in New York to do the post-production. And the film should be done around February 4th is the time frame. What you saw was a short. We talked to over 40 people, and these stories were just amazing, like you saw with Pastor Ole. We couldn't get everything into the documentary, and we also wanted to honor these people. And so we made these shorts for people that either didn't make it in or their story wasn't fully brought out there. So that was a good way to get the message out. So.
Where are you thinking to show the documentary? Because I think we all understand that the purpose of this is to be able to help, particularly in the U.S., where, you know, unfortunately, I think we all agree, somehow there has come across this very skewed image of Vladimir Putin with a small v and a small p, who is a great defender of the faith somehow, and that he is this wonderful human being who is defending Christian values. So I think it's really critically important. It's an uphill battle because Russian propaganda has been really strong and really effective. And if there's one thing that the Russians additionally put money behind, it's about disinformation and propaganda.
That's
They've
right.
been very effective. So tell us where, and I'm
Yeah.
hoping that you're going to tell me that you're going to partner with Reverend Johnny. You're
I
going to
hope
show
so.
it at
I hope so.
all of his churches.
As I mentioned, in a past life, I was a CEO, and when we did strategic planning, we always had something called a big, hairy, audacious goal, the BHAG, right? And so for this movie, we said, everybody in America sees this. Look, I know that's not going to happen, so my minor BHAG is every Christian in America sees this. So church screenings and those kind of things are really the highlight of our strategy, and it's a little bit different than most films. Most films are business ventures that try to make money. This is something that's trying to bring attention to this issue at a very critical time. So some of the normal routes of film festivals and those kind of things is not really as applicable, but our big ask is we want to show this film everywhere, and especially to Christians in the U.S. So if anybody's out there, it's a faithundersiege.com. And there's a deal there where you can post screenings and host screenings. So we'd love to get any help with that. We want everybody to see this. So.
Thank you. And I want to go to Mikola now, because I know that a big part of your documentary, Colby, is about the children who have been kidnapped, many of them actually from Christian orphanages. And although within this panel we're very much focused on evangelical and on Baptist churches and Christian churches in Ukraine at this moment in time, we all certainly know that the Russian terror in the occupied territories has not been simply reserved for them. But this is a very critical key, we believe, to reaching the American public at this point in time. So, Mikola, help us understand, your evangelical faith is actually a big part of the work that you do with Ukrainian children. And Save Ukraine does so much in terms of trying to help people integrate themselves back into Ukrainian society. Tell us about the reception that you have received, because you travel a lot to try to be a messenger of what it is that's happening in Ukraine. Tell us the kind of reception you've had with Americans when you're telling them that Russians are kidnapping Ukrainian children, and particularly what are American evangelicals saying? Because I do believe that the story of these 20,000 children being kidnapped is not one that has really received a lot of traction globally. So tell us about some of the feedback that you've received.
Thank you, Sonia. I think children, it's the best way how we can explain what happened with Ukraine. Because Putin systematically annihilate our identity. He's destroying, he won't destroy us as a nation. And yeah, you're right. I started my ministry maybe 26 years ago in my church. I am evangelical. Yeah, and I have a lot of friends all over the world, especially in the United States. And it's a question for me, how American evangelicals will protect Ukrainian evangelicals and Ukrainian children. I have no idea, because sometimes this discussion between interests, it is not biblical discussion. It is not about values. It's about strategic interests. We will never find ourselves in American strategic interests. You know, that survey shows that Americans care more about Ukrainian titanium than about how to protect Ukrainian children. Craziness. Yeah, and really, last year I studied in Congress with 5 abducted children who've been returned by Save Ukraine. By the way, yesterday we returned 4 more children who've been abducted.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I can show you emotions of older sister. She met 2 hours ago in Kiev her younger, 13 years old sister. I think it's hard to explain, but if American evangelicals could see this picture,
So, Ryan, question to you. Your work is predominantly focused on humanitarian relief, but you work through churches. When did you start hearing about some of the horrors faced by Christians in Ukraine? And what did you see? And again, very, very grateful to Samaritan's Purse for not only being a source of humanitarian aid to the needy in Ukraine. And I know that you're non-denominational and you're helping anybody who needs some help. But also, I think what you're doing through your organization and through your broader organization, trying to tell the story of what's happening in Ukraine, is also very commendable. So tell us a bit about that, please.
Yeah, thank you. So for Samaritan's Purse, we work internationally in many different countries. And we have two kind of primary focuses in our mission. And one is to assist anyone and everyone who is in need. Anyone. Like, we have no basis on who it is we help. We help everyone. And then the second is to empower and enrich the church anywhere that we go. There are some places that we go where there is no church, and so that's one proposition. And then there are places that we go, like Ukraine, where there is a thriving church. And so those two goals that we have in our mission dovetail very, very well in Ukraine, because there's so many churches. Not only are there so many churches, but those churches, as the Reverend mentioned before, are often the ones who are staying. So when you have a community that is out there on the front lines, where there are civilians who have decided to stay, then the people who are best equipped to help those people already are the local churches who have remained. And so for us, when we came in as an organization on the day after the full-scale invasion and said we want to help people and we want to empower the church, then we were flooded with thousands of churches that were coming and saying, we want to be out there on the front lines helping. And that is I've been in the field for a very long time. That's a new one for me, to have that response within the communities that you're helping, that are actually going to be those kind of grassroots frontline arms and legs and hands and feet. And so for us in Ukraine, we mentioned, we have 150 staff members there, which is a significant amount of staff members, but we would need thousands of staff members to directly implement all of what we do. We're distributing hundreds of thousands of tons of food, hundreds of millions of liters of water, shelter, and medicine, and all of these things to civilians out on the front lines. And that final mile is done by the churches themselves. So we have turned ourselves into a massive logistical operation, working with hundreds of churches that are already out there that are doing that final mile distribution. And they are some of the bravest people that I have ever met in my entire life, that are constantly going. And everything that we can do to protect them and equip them, we do. Ultimately, we are all there for the same mission, which is to help save the lives and give both physical and spiritual aid to as many people in Ukraine as we possibly can. And our primary focus is the red zone. It is the frontline areas. So kind of all of that is good background to the kind of prime question you're asking there. And just a little bit more background to that is, when you're talking about churches, we all kind of understand the denominational element. So, you have denominations, groupings of churches, and then you have the churches themselves. And one of the unique aspects in Ukraine is the diaspora that has been created by the war is particularly pronounced in the church. And so you have churches that are inside of occupied territories, and some of those people are still there. But some of them left. And some of them left and are now living in the frontline areas. And some of them left and are now living in Western Ukraine. And some of them left and are now in Poland or Germany or the United States or Canada. And then you have other churches in that denomination that are connected to them. So there is an unbroken chain of churches, not just denominations, but actual churches, where their congregation is spread out from occupied territory to red zone, to Western Ukraine, to Germany and Poland, and to the United States. And we work with them in every one of those places. We have different work, and it looks very different. But so, when communications come out of the churches in occupied territories, this is not what I consider to be second or third-hand information. right? This is consistent, direct information that's coming from church members to other church members that gets communicated directly to us. So, when you're asking how and when and what does it look like when we're learning about the persecution of churches by Russia in occupied territories, it was immediate. It was immediate, but we didn't necessarily recognize it for what it was. At least I didn't. We, as an American organization, hearing about the things that are coming out, it's difficult to actually kind of disaggregate that a bit from the general horribleness that is happening to people who are living there versus very specific targeted persecution of churches. But some of the things that started to come out were things that made me kind of perk up my ears and say, this is, and they mentioned it in the movie, but forced, coming to people and saying there's a demon in you.
Yes.
And exorcisms
Forced
and things, forced exorcisms,
Yeah, of
and
Christians.
things of that nature that are happening that are just odd enough that it makes you inquire further. And I think the primary thing, my primary takeaway from all of that, as we really dove into it and learned more about what was happening with the churches there, was it was a huge surprise to me. It was not a surprise to any of my Ukrainian staff. And this, I think, is something we go back to again and again and again. When we're helping American evangelicals understand what is happening, understanding that to them, it's an almost inconceivable notion that one group of Christians that they would perceive to be Christians would be persecuting another group of Christians in this manner. It just doesn't compute. It's not an automatic assumption that we have. And so when you really delve into what's happening, there's so much historical basis for it in near and far history with the Soviet Union and everything like that, that it's a baseline assumption from a lot of Ukrainians. Of course, this is happening. That was always what was going to happen.
Right.
And then it even doubles down on the difficulty of the communication because a lot of Ukrainians, I think, don't understand the degree to which that needs to be explained to American evangelicals.
And how
because
difficult it is to explain it,
Yes.
because you don't want to believe that the Russians are capable of something like that.
Yes,
Reverend, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'll just add two points. First of all, I want everyone to appreciate how large the evangelical community actually is. It's not just, it's 40% of the Republican base, but it's about 80 million Americans. Okay, it's the single largest voting bloc in the United States of America. But it's about 800 million people around the world. Right. Okay, so there are more evangelicals, for instance, in China than there are members of the Communist Party of China. This is the second largest Christian community all around the world. And it's not just an American movement. Brazil is majority evangelical now. You have evangelical movements actually all over this continent, growing churches all over this continent. And so I think it's very, very important to understand the scale of this community. That's observation number one. Observation number two. One of the things that's so painful about all of this is that when you read our history, we, the evangelicals, stood with the traditional churches when they were being persecuted in the Soviet era. Okay, when Billy Graham, controversially crossed the Iron Curtain and made the President of the United States incredibly angry, one of the reasons why he did that was to be an advocate for persecuted people. Yes. And one of the tragedies about all of this is, unfortunately, those whom we spoke for are not speaking for us now. And I think that this is, and I'm not sure, certainly the case here, that people don't understand the sheer power of the evangelical community around the world. Evangelicals mainly want to be left alone and practice our religious freedom. But when we decide to involve ourselves in the political process, we make a difference. Yes. And a Republican cannot win in the United States of America without the evangelical community. And by the way, that's going to be increasingly the case in other countries of the world. Yes. So just some additional context.
And very, very grateful because you have kindly set Steve up for my next question. So taking this into consideration, Steve, and I think all of us here understanding that we really need to get it together, and we have to be able to focus on communicating what is happening on the religious front in Ukraine with many faiths, particularly in the evangelical community. What do we need to do to be able to get that message, to empower Reverend Johnny, to be able to empower, to put that message across in the American community today, to be able to harness that political power that Reverend Johnny just mentioned in order to be able to increase support for Ukraine?
Well, it's a matter of communication. And, you know, I've run political campaigns all my life in about a dozen different countries around the world. And, you know, what I've seen is that, you know, if you look for a message and you test it on a survey, you look for messages that can convince people. When people see this film, when people get the messages that are in this film, we've tested it. 7 out of 10 American evangelical Christians who vote Republican are more likely to support Ukraine when they see this, when they hear these messages. So if we show it to 10 people, 7 of them will become more favorable towards Ukraine. If we show it to 100 people, 70 of them will become more favorable towards Ukraine. I want to show it to millions of people. Yeah, and so you know, so what we need is partners. What we need are people who are willing to pitch in with this. So you know, so there's all of us on this stage have risked our lives in, you know, the red zone in Ukraine to get this message out. And so we're putting our lives on the line, we're putting our treasure on the line, and we need folks to come in with us and invest with us.
So when I was still working in the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, one of the things that we did, and I'm going to put down a suggestion at this moment. One of the most important things that we did, we brought delegations of Vatican journalists into Ukraine so that they could meet with the priests who were in the underground, so that they could understand how the church had been persecuted. So, Reverend, I'm going to suggest to you, very kindly, I'm going to suggest to everyone on the stage, let's bring together some of the power of the evangelical media, some of the most important leaders in the evangelical movement. Many of us on this stage live in Ukraine. We would love to be able to bring you in so that firsthand you would be able to understand this, so that you can take the message of what's happening in Ukraine directly back to the United States and to be able to influence. We'd be happy to host you.
What are you doing next week?
We have a biblical admonition that says if one member of the body of Christ suffers, we all suffer.
Yes.
And so whether it's a persecuted Christian in Ukraine or in any country of the world, we have an obligation to experience suffering with them. And I think the power of what I just saw here, as I said earlier, it makes the human component come alive in a conversation that's too much about geopolitics sometimes. It's like guaranteed to go viral. I mean, the amount of compassion that our community has for the persecuted church all around the world. And also, we need to, as I said before, we need to recognize some of these people as heroes. Many of them, the last thing they wanted was war in any direction. The one thing they want to do is get out. And yet they stay and they serve those in need, whomever they are. And we also can't forget those stories. But it's their faith that's doing it.
Yes.
And by the way, just as a general rule, be smarter to work with religious organizations. I mean, there isn't a Starbucks or a McDonald's in every town in the world, but there's a church there. And they know everybody in their community, and they know what their needs are, and that's what makes Samaritan's Purses work so important.
Thank you for that, Reverend. And before we finish, I know we're trying to make up a little bit of time, but if there are any questions from the audience, yes. Ladies first or Dan first?
You have to get ready. Okay. I'll be filler. Dan Bilak from Kiev, Ukraine. This is a great panel, and I really thank all of you for the work that you're doing. A quick question. One of the things in terms of Ukrainians are very, very bad in terms of getting their story across to the rest of the world. It's been an ongoing problem for many, many years. And Steve, you and I have talked about this, that perhaps one of the ways to contextualize, because that's important. It's not just about there are some evangelical churches in Ukraine that are being persecuted. Maybe the context, this is a question for all of you, is explain to Americans and American evangelicals in particular that Ukraine is the Bible Belt of Europe. This is the most fertile religious ground in all, certainly in Eastern Europe. Well, the Poles would argue, but they have a different issue. And I think that's a really important contextual, because it means that it's not just about what we have now, but all the possibility of what can be in the future. And to bring both Ukrainian evangelicals and American evangelicals and Ukrainian people and Americans and Ukraine and America closer together. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
I'll just say one quick thing. From a spiritual perspective, well, from a geopolitical perspective, Ukraine started out fighting the Russians, then the Iranians, then the North Koreans. And, China is underwriting it all. What do all those places have in common? They are the most godless countries in the world. North Korea worships Kim Jong-un, So why, from a spiritual perspective, what is happening in Ukraine, the breadbasket of Christianity in Europe? What is happening there that these dark forces are so intent on destroying?
I would add to that. So it is the Bible Belt of Europe, but they send out missionaries all over. So it's not just Americans coming and preaching and converting Ukrainians, it's Ukrainians then going out, especially the post-Soviet republics. I would echo your point about Ukrainians being bad about telling their story. So Pastor Ola, when we met him, he wanted to talk about how his church was growing and these kind of things. It was only after the interview, when we saw his car, we saw it was destroyed. He's still driving this minivan around. It was his third destroyed minivan. And we're like, you should have led with that, man. So just a great point of that. Yeah, it was like, and so we had to actually go back and we had to interview him twice to finally get this story. It's not that he was reluctant to tell it, but he wanted to talk about his church growing, not what was happening. It was a humble kind of concept. So we got the story out, but it was two trips.
I would like to give a very practical tip. Okay. It's also important how Ukrainians speak about the war, because we also have evangelicals in Russia. We have underground evangelicals in North Korea and Iran. As evangelicals, we don't have permission to not love anyone. Okay? As evangelicals, our goal is to reach everyone. We believe every human being is made in the image of God. And so I think we have to also, there's this delicate balance between speaking clearly and justly about, it's clear who the aggressor was in this conflict, but it's also very, very important that when the Ukrainian community speaks about the aggressors, the Russians, that Ukrainians don't speak about all Russians as being, indicative of this. It's the same thing when I'm very, very burdened over Iran. In fact, one day I traveled all the way to the border of Iran, and I looked over the river separating Iran from another country, and I read Psalm 91, and I prayed for the people in Iran. I love the Iranian people, and I hate what the Iranian regime does to them. And so I think there's a nuance here. Don't pull. Our community is quite informed when it comes to geopolitics. I mean, there are lots and lots of evangelicals in this Trump administration. There are plenty in the other. We know what we're talking about. And yet on the same token, have some nuance, because we don't want to be brought into every conflict. We want to support our brothers and our sisters. We want to stand for truth. We believe in just war, particularly when it comes to self-defense. We believe there are just offensive wars. But we also want to see a future for the Russians, as well as for Ukraine to recover everything that has been lost and rebuild a future. We pray, we worship the Prince of Peace. And so these are things to balance as well.
Thank you for that, Reverend. Yes,
Sonia,
Catherine. Mikola, please.
Yeah, I want to add something. It's really hard to communicate with the American audience, really. Every day, we try to find any messages. It's hard. Being Ukrainian, it's really hard because many Americans have no idea about our stories. Very often I ask about Holodomor. Many of them have no idea what it is. Holodomor, yeah, they don't understand, many of them, not all. You guys know well, but many of them really don't understand. That's why we're trying to find a way how to convince Americans that we are like separate. We are not Russian people. We are Ukrainians. We want to have independence. And let me give you some numbers. For the last 10 years, half of our children's population disappeared. Half. It's about a plan of Putin how destroy us at all. Half. 1.6 million for the last 10 years, Donbass, Crimea, new occupied territories live under the Russians. Almost all of them have Russian passports, indoctrinated, and thousands of them, as a young adults, fighting against us because Russia instilled hatred towards Ukraine. It's clear. And that children who stays in Ukraine suffer because air raid, shelling, stress, and the last thing, if before full-scale invasion, we had birth death rate 2 to 1. 2 died, 1 burned. Now 3 died, 1 burned. And every year, almost 500,000 dying. Every year. And only maybe 160, 70 children appear. We are dying as a nation. And now Ukrainian diaspora may be bigger than Ukrainians who live internally. And it is Putin's plan how to destroy us at all. We have to understand it.
Yeah. I think it goes back to our earlier discussion around the Russians investing very, very heavily in terms of getting their messages out through their propaganda. And I think that that's something, that's a big learning for us as Ukrainians. We have to step up and we have to do that as well. Catherine, please, and then we have to end, I think.
So I just want to thank each and every one of you. I am the granddaughter of 4 survivors of Holodomor, and they told us the day that their homes were seized, they were thrown out, their lands were seized, and then they were made to go to the church and watch their priests shot in the head, their cupolas, the gold taken out, and sold and to melted down to buy equipment to build the Soviet Union. So in many ways, this is about faith, this is about destruction of nation, but this is also about money. And so let's talk about money, because what I'm hearing is, you need money, you need money, you need money. You're okay, you need money. Okay? So I mean, Nicola has told me $10,000 US dollars to save every Ukrainian kidnapped child. That's what it takes. So we're sitting on 350 billion in Russian frozen assets, and we have Yulia Ziskina here. Do we have Yulia Ziskina? Who is literally has made it her mission to gather economists, lawyers, professionals around the world to make this happen. And her own story is that her grandparents died in Holodomor, Babyn Yar, and her grandfather just recently in occupied Berdyansk. So we're going to get this done. Something has changed recently, people. They've gone from securities held by Europe to cash, which means that the cash held in US currency can now be seized by the US government. And the bills and legislation are in place. The US can do this now. There's a precedent with Iran in the 70s. Bank of England held it in trust. We could have reparations and money for victims, money for rebuilding churches, money for saving children, and we could have this now, and all it requires is political will. So I guess my question, it's more of informing everybody, because this is a hot topic. We have a panel on this on Thursday.
My question is, how do we make that happen? How do we get US evangelicals to insist to Trump to seize those Russian assets now and as quickly as possible to help rebuild Ukraine and bring justice now?
I could just add to that. When we were in Izium, we met a Baptist pastor whose church had been destroyed, completely destroyed. They had to hide in a basement for 30 days once the shelling stopped. We gave him $1,000. He built a little like shed next to his church, and that's where they worship now. It's just plywood. But going there and seeing that, Anya went there and saw the joy, the faith in that community for having a shed now instead of a burned out church was huge. And if that money could actually rebuild some of these churches, the impact on the faith community, on the community there in general, would be a pretty big deal. You saw this with Oleg. 20% of the people that come to his church aren't Christians. They're there for a message of hope, of stability, and they're from the secular world. So that money could go to some good places, and it wouldn't just be to help Christians, it would be to help these communities.
Thank you all. I know that we've, I'm sorry? No.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, okay. No, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted us to get off the stage. I apologize.
Usually the organizers are not telling you to stay on
stage. Yeah. No, I thought you wanted us to get off. I apologize. Sorry.
I also think we, but a slightly contrarian point, I think we think too much about the government being the solution to all of these problems. The government can do things only the government can do. I'm not diminishing that reality. But I think our global Christian community can take care of rebuilding the churches and supporting these Christians. You know, I wrote a 600-page book on the stories of Christian martyrs, updating a historic text called Fox's Book of Martyrs. I have several Christian martyrs from the Soviet era in that book, and like one of the things that we can do to make sure that people understand there's a difference between being Ukrainian and Russian. Is that we can tell the stories of our brave Ukrainian brothers and sisters in Christ who chose to stay when everyone left. And to save a life is to save the whole world, according to our Jewish brothers and sisters. And so I think we need this type of partnership, and I am sure our community will care a lot. And this shows what happens, by the way, when an individual cares and decides to tell a powerful story. And so that's what we saw today. Is something worth celebrating by all of us.
Yes. Thank you. And I want to give a very, very special thanks to Ukraine House for actually having this panel today, because this is such an critically important issue that just is not really known and understood. So thank you, really, hats off.
Thank you extremely for a great discussion. And on behalf of the Ukraine House, we would like to present you a small presents from the Ukrainian designers, from small businesses that we support in Ukraine, to keep you warm in Davos.
Thank you. Дякую, дорога. О, дякую. Thank you again. I know that there's just so much more, but we're all here, and if there are any additional questions after this panel, please feel free. And gentlemen, thank you very, very much for everything you do.
There will be a photo, but I would like to remind you that at 2:30 we will have a live stream from WEF showcasing our president Volodymyr Zelensky speaking. So please join us here at 2:30, and the next panel will start at 3:30. Thank you.
Народжаю
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear guests. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you in Ukraine House Davos. Before we start, we would like to show you a video prepared by our team. We've just heard from the President Zelensky speaking at WEF that the defense sector in Ukraine is developing. We have a lot of opportunities, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our next panel in defense sector. I would like to welcome the moderator, Daniel Bilak, partner at Kinsteller. Daniel is also a member of the executive committee of the US-Ukraine Business Council and has been invited to co-chair the organization's defense working group. And Dan has also been the chairman, like the head of Ukraine Investment Promotion Office in the government of Ukraine. Welcome, Dan.
With you.
Welcome, Dan, and pleasure, and have a productive discussion.
Дякую, дякую. Thank you, Ulyana. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce our panel today. It is an A-list panel. I mean, you can tell by everybody packed in this room. We have Wahid Nawabi, who is the CEO of AeroVironment, came all the way from the US just for this panel. Natalia Bugayova, who is a non-resident fellow at the Institute for Study of War. That needs no introduction. The coolest guy in the government, no need for an introduction, Alexander Commission. Evelyn Buchatsky, managing partner at D3 Venture Capital. And last but certainly not least, Lawrence Meyer, founder and CEO of Otarian, which has now become a software powerhouse in building common operating standards for autonomous drones. I actually know those terms now. You know, that's how much of a transformation we're talking about in this sector. So, turn around so I can see everybody. What I'd really like to do is we're going to cover. We have an hour, so we're going to cover. We got a lot of territory to cover with a list like. Maybe just move the chairs down. It's a little cramped. A lot of territory to cover here, and I think everybody's used to the fact that there's now big defense industry, there's defense tech, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we need to start with to contextualize how this happened, and to understand the magnitude of the transformation. When I was at Ukraine Invest, I was advisor to the Prime Minister and the head of Ukraine Invest, and one of the things I was trying to do was get a defense industry started. This is in 2016 to 2019, and I begged the government to hive off Antonov, which was part of Ukroboronprom, now rebranded as Ukrainian Defense Industries, because I had Dassault, I had Boeing, I had Airbus, all wanting to do business with Antonov, but none of them would do it while it was part of Ukroboronprom. And the defense sector was it was shut down. Never mind defense tech. It was a monopoly. Nobody got in, and it was just them and us. That has been completely transformed. And when we did the Rheinmetall deal, I was shocked that we did it in 2 weeks, or acted for Rheinmetall. It was the first time that was a joint venture in Ukraine to create between one of Ukroboronprom's children and a global company where the ownership and the corporate governance was part of Rheinmetall's. So, Alexander, you're sort of, when you were at the Ministry of Strategic Industries, you were essentially the architect of this transformation. And you're too modest to say that, but I'll say that. You were the architect of this transformation. How did you manage to do it so quickly? How were you able to harness those resources that had been so deeply embedded in the state and release them so that the private sector could start to operate in Ukraine in the defense industrial space?
Then thanks for the good speech, but it was not as good as my president's speech recently. And the story was quite easy. Let's get back to some decades ago. You know that in Soviet time, we already got great defense industry. We've got over 2,000 factories, and that industry was quite strategic, I would say. Then for decades, it was neglected for some reason. As you said, no one could do any deal with Ukraine in defense industry. And at some point, when we started the war, when we faced the war, when we entered the war, we've been fighting with what we've got in stock, with javelins, with Bayraktars, and then with what arrived from the whole world, from the whole free world, from our strategic partners. And we've been fighting with all that equipment coming from different countries. And 2023, my president said we should get more from our local industry. So jumping into today, he announced that 40% of what we've got in the front line is what we produce locally. Wow. It was not always like that. I would give you some scary figures. 2021, the year before the Great War began, but already 9 years in the war, we've got 0 ammunition produced, just 0. 2022, we've got only 50,000 rounds of all calibers produced for the whole year. 2024, as my president announced recently, we've got 2.4 million rounds from 30 millimeter NATO caliber to 155 millimeter NATO caliber. And you probably know that when we've got some people coming to Ukraine from the Western world in 2022, bringing some drones, we said, listen, that's something great, we really need it. In 2023, we've got those people coming and bringing some components, usually. Radio, video, something else. Now you know that they are coming and trying to learn from what we've got. And it's not only in aerial drones, it's land systems, it's sea drones, all types of unmanned systems. So at this point, Ukraine is building itself as a powerhouse for defense industry. And as my president said recently, that's the key to security of the whole Europe.
Yep. We're going to drill down into that, but the takeaway I have from your comments is we had all of these resources in place. They weren't properly allocated or rationally allocated or allocated for a different purpose, and you were able to harness them and add into that the technology side as well. And this is what we're seeing today. Is that an accurate statement? Because that's really interesting, because that's on the Ukraine side. And then we have Wahid, you guys, everybody was saying Russia will take Ukraine, Kyiv in 3 days, Ukraine doesn't stand a chance, it's all over. And meanwhile, AeroVironment was stocking up Switchblades and other drones for 6 months beforehand. Like, what did you know that the rest of them didn't?
Yeah, we actually did start way in advance. We actually built a factory dedicated to Switchblade about 2 to 3 years before the conflict started. Initial investment, and the factory was already up and running by the time the actual conflict officially started. But before that, I went and made a really difficult decision, what turned out to be actually an easy decision that I always thought was easy, and a very good one, which was to go pre-order materials and start building for thousands of Switchblades. 3,000, I think it was the initial number.
You're doing this on spec, basically.
Not even spec. We didn't even have a promise of anything. We wanted to build it because we knew how I mean, Switchblade is the first loitering munition. We invented the category, essentially, because there was no such thing as a loitering munition before Switchblade.
The king of loitering munitions.
Switchblade is, yeah. And so its efficacy was already proven, although there was no public video of Switchblade ever for over a decade. And it was involved in many conflicts before that I can't, get into details. So we did that, yes. We did it because we knew, A, it was for the right cause, and number two was because we realized that it's going to make a huge difference. But, you know, we have 12, 13 different products. 11, I think, of them are in use in Ukraine, if not more, today. We started actually this is a sort of a interesting little tidbit. We started a daily internal meeting led by a colleague of mine, gentleman Charlie Dean, who's sitting in the front line, great warrior too. Daily, it's called Operation Kyiv. And we still have that going on at our company. And it was a little bit before the war started. He started it before then. And the reason
Not
was
the war.
Not the war.
No.
The actual inside internal AV meeting. And we do it, yes, we run a business, it's a business, but that's not what it is for us. It's not only business. We do it also because it's the right cause. And, you know, there's a lot of connections here.
That's
with
an
Ukraine for
amazing.
us in
That's an
general.
amazing
Yeah.
backstory.
Yeah.
And you know, as a counterpoint to that, we have Lawrence's company, Otarion, which at the start of the war had a completely different use case. You were very much, as I understand, involved in the civilian sector, and now you're one of the leading companies in the defense sector, software, command systems for drones. How did that happen?
Well, we were focused on inspection, mapping, and reconnaissance. We've actually worked with the U.S. Department of Defense for the past 7 years on reconnaissance, but we made the switch to basically say, like, we cannot hold our technology back from loitering munitions. And so we've pushed really fast and hard into building terminal guidance for FPV drones, for fixed-wing drones. And our model is to work with local Ukrainian manufacturers and to partner very, very closely to build an integrated product where we bring some of our advanced guidance systems, and they bring all the knowledge, learnings from the battlefield, and we can cover a whole portfolio of systems that also gives the customer a choice, right? Because there are many different companies now the government can buy from that we're part of.
So essentially, was that like an inflection point for your company? I mean, you make it sound like, okay, one day we were doing this and we decided to do that. To me, it sounds like you made a pretty wrenching decision to change course.
I think it is wrenching for a lot of tech companies that haven't been as long in defense, or let's say the loitering munition lethal part, as our environment has been and has been in a leading position. So I think for a lot of companies also in the US, in Europe, there was a point to basically adopt as a founder or as a staff to say, like, no, we're okay building lethal products because it's needed. It's the only way to reestablish safety, security, and deterrence.
Well, we'll get to that. That's a crucial point because there are a lot of banks and financial institutions that need to make that leap. Before we want to go further, I want to actually recognize Minister Herman Smetanyan, who's here with us today from the Ministry of Strategic Industries. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for coming today. Part of the Commission Smetanyan Dream Team of defense industrial development. But and coming back, Evelyn, that's a good segue from what Lawrence was talking about into what you're doing, because you are a key part, D3 Venture Capital. What's one of the things, everybody talks about all these defense companies and startups innovating, but if you don't have money to lube that system, it seizes up pretty quickly. And so you guys saw this very quickly. How did you, as a young Brazilian American tech investor, end up running one of the leading VC companies in Ukraine in this sector?
Yeah, my passion to defend Ukraine is long-standing. It's been over 10 years, so I was part of Maidan as well. But, you know, back a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, actually, around the Davos conference, a major investor in the US came to me and said, I don't want to be another war tourist that goes to Ukraine to take a photo with Zelensky and comes back and does nothing for Ukraine. I actually want to have an impact quickly. What's the best way? And to me, it was clear that there was a vacuum in funding of defense companies. And there is still a vacuum. Tremendous progress. So first year there was essentially, first year of war, essentially zero investment into defense tech in Ukraine. Second year, 25 million. Just to give you a sense, one of my portfolio companies, just one of my portfolio companies, not in Ukraine, received more funding than the entire ecosystem last year. However, the baseline was pretty low. So, if you think about the baseline, there has been tremendous progress, and this year it's going to be explosive in terms of capital investment into defense tech. We play the early stage, seed stage investment, which was non-existent, and from there, it's our job to unveil these gems to the rest of the world so other investors in the US and Europe can take to the next level and turn these companies into global defense success stories.
Alexander, so we've heard the backstories of these companies. How did you were in charge, how did you manage to integrate, I know, I get to her, she's like, wait, we got a plan. How did you manage to pull all of this together to make it function? Because you had your ministry, you had the Ministry of Defense, you had the Ministry of Digital Transformation, you had the General Staff. That's not an easy circus to be a ringmaster for. I've been in the government 4 times, I've seen it, it's not a pretty picture. How did you manage to get these partnerships to work together in such a short period of time?
So first of all, when we got, like as Lauren said, we are fine with doing something that is legal. It sounds so warm to me because whatever we get in our hands in Ukraine, first idea we got whether it can fly to Moscow and hit some Russians. And definitely, first we started doing something, then we started reshaping the industry and building the ecosystem. Any one of you got PetCube tool at your home for your pets? I've got it. Anyone got it? So we got the founder of this company here in the room. And you know why? Not because of PetCube, but because of his defense tech company. He is great in AI, in targeting, in defense tech, in drones. And we've got so many people here turning into defense industry from something different. Some time ago, Evelyn was doing a great job in incubator for startups in Ukraine, nothing to do with defense industry. And many other people have been doing pretty much different job, but never defense industry. And all of us, at some point, started doing something that can fly to Moscow and hit Russians. Later, we decided to build something around that and to shape it as the whole industry. Some point we understood that we need funding, and then Evelyn came and said, listen, I'm searching companies which I can fund. And the first meeting we've got was on the run, actually. Been running some 10 kilometers around the park, and that's where we agreed to move on together. And Yaroslav said, listen, let's build the defense volley in Ukraine, because actually that's what we already got. And let's shape it as the defense volley. We want to be the arsenal of the free world. We want to be the place where it's born. And yes, we would be happy to share it back to the Europe, to the whole free world, to US as well. So first we started doing things, then we've been shaping them, and now we've been trying to rearrange them.
That's a great summary of where we are today and how we got there. And we are, Sasha, Alexander is very concerned I haven't brought Natalia in, but there's a good reason for that, because she's now she's going to explain something different. Actually, we have an anniversary today. 10 years ago, I moderated my first defense panel at the Kiev Post-Tiger conference that Natalia organized with General Hertling. So I'm really happy I can reciprocate. Natalia moved on, of course. She went to the Institute for the Study of War, and it's that has been really the go-to place for information. And it's not just a news site. The analytics, especially because we're talking about Ukraine here, what's happening inside, that's the one place that really does a deep dive on what's going on in Russia and what they're thinking and what was the impact, and this is a question, what was the impact of those first months of the war on the Russian thinking, and what are they thinking now as the battlefield situation has changed from your perspective?
Thank you, Dan. I would like to bridge the conversation about capabilities and Western and Ukrainian defense industrial base to Kremlin's thinking and decision-making. The main conversation now is about a durable peace, which is not possible without a deterrent. And deterrent is not going to be credible for the Kremlin if there's no strength and ability to surge, especially in the Western defense industrial base. To your point, Kremlin absolutely uses assessments of scale, ability to surge, ability to sustain of the Western defense industrial base in its military planning. And for the last 3 years, Russia took advantage and exploited of the fact that Europe did not fully surge on behalf of Ukraine, and that US could, but it did not. Right now, we're in a phase where Russia's objectives haven't changed, and all the requests for territory or neutrality are just, they conceal Putin's real request, which is surrender. And as long as there's hope for him that he can achieve that objective militarily or otherwise, he will continue to fight. Now, I think the goal right now is to send an unambiguous signal to Russia that Putin cannot achieve his objective of subjugating Ukraine in his lifetime. Weak defense industrial base, that's a signal that gives him hope. Strong defense industrial base, it's a way to strip Putin of the hope of achieving those objectives. So I think it's a direct impact on Kremlin's decision-making. And we're at the point right now where some people think that this problem can go away and you can put the genie back in the bottle and go back to the status quo. And I think West has been supporting Ukraine a few months at a time. Now it's actually the time for long-term strategic planning of the DIB so that Russian military projections years into the war are not going to have hope for that they can take either Ukraine fully or really exploit vulnerabilities in Europe as well.
That's a great insight. Thank you. This brings us probably now a good segue. That was a good segue into the next block that I wanted to talk about, which is the changing nature of the warfare itself. And the question is the war winnable if Ukraine scales and pushes the development of technology in this sphere? At a granular level, this is no longer even about assault brigades going across fields. My nephew was pulled out of a cauldron on the Kupiansk front last week, which was really touch and go. And he called me when they got out, and he said, this is insane. He says, we're hardly even shooting at each other. He said, all we do is dodge drones all day. And we're there for every 4 of theirs, we've got 1 of ours. And they're recon drones, and then they come in and the other things drop their stuff. So the whole nature of the battlefield has changed. And so in terms of these dynamics, Natalia, how should Ukraine adapt, both from not so much a battlefield strategy, although you've probably done a deep dive into that too, but from your perspective, how does that work operationally?
I think a couple of points. One, I think one of the major lessons, it's not just about specific capabilities. It's about operational concept and how they're organized for effects. There are always going to be limited resources, especially if we talk about high-end capabilities such as interceptors or long-range one-way attack. But it's about creating an operating concept that uses it for effect. I think second, the defense industrial innovation thinking should also start with the adversary. And the question is, what are we trying to do to the enemy, in what way, to what end? And starting with critical assessment of critical vulnerabilities, we need to have a running assessment of Russia's centers of gravity and critical vulnerabilities and actually start planning capability building from that. So I think the innovation needs to be a lot more adversary focused. I think finally, Russia right now, for example, is trying to centralize its innovation. And it may figure it out with time, so they're adapting. But now, and my colleagues have written about it, they're suffering temporarily setbacks. So the goal is right now to invest in Ukraine's DIP faster than Russia adapts and centralizes its own innovation to preserve Ukraine's advantage in the innovation cycle. I think final point, it's not just about material, it's about people and organizing free and leading free people is no small feat. So it's creating an ecosystem that really helps Ukraine harness entrepreneurial spirit, and I'm sure Evelyn can talk more about that, of the teams, while also doing it in time and space that matters to have effects on the adversaries. I think that's the suspense and that and balance that Ukraine would need to.
That's a really good perspective. Wahid, you wanted to jump
Yeah,
in?
I just wanted to add.
What are you doing to the adversary?
Well, the question you pose is a very, very important question, which is, what is the paradigm change? Is there a paradigm change? If it is, what it is, and what does that mean for the industry, right? This is something that is actually very at the core of AV as a company. I'm not sure if some of you are aware, but our strategic intent, I would say our strategy of future, we call it our future state, is to have a portfolio of intelligent, distributed, multi-domain robotic systems. And so we've picked every single one of those words very carefully. It starts from the beginning of the company, 30 years ago when we first actually introduced small drones to the US military. The US military actually did not know how to operationalize small drones. This is before the Desert Storm conflict, Afghanistan, Iraq, well before that. And so we actually realized that there's an incredible value in how drones are going to play a role in national security and defense. And so the words I want to explain a little bit, not too much, a little bit of why, is it was, to me, came visceral when a 3-star Air Force general came and told me. He's like, Switchblade is changing stuff. This is very recent, of course, 3-4 years ago.
God forbid.
Yeah, but I said, what do you mean? He's like, I used to be an Air Force pilot, U.S. Air Force pilot, and he would fly somewhere on a base in Italy during the Sarajevo conflict. And he would kiss his wife and kids goodbye after breakfast. He said, I would go into the base, get into the cockpit, fly an F-16 or an F-18, and I had a mission that morning was given to me to go hit a target that was developed the night before. It was from a satellite imagery, right? And so think about this concept of operation, right? You get a Air Force that collects data from a satellite imagery, that gives it to a pilot the next morning that says, there's a target, there's a target, there's a target. And then he said, I would fly, and 70% of the time I'd come back and have dinner with my kids, and I would not hit a target. I would just not hit any targets because the target changed, and I couldn't prosecute the target. What Ukraine is showing us, and what Switchblade and other things like that, and FPVs, all these are doing, is it's allowing a small force the size of us in the battlefield, not going through a 3-star and a 4-star general, through a long chain of command, to actually go and find a target, within minutes fire a weapon, to prosecute the target with almost no collateral damage, literally almost. I mean, it's been over a decade. There's not a single civilian innocent hit with a Switchblade. Single. I do not know of a single one. There's been not successful missions, like the target wasn't hit, but no target that was hit that was civilian or innocent life. Zero so far, and thousands of them that we shipped. So this chain of command, this paradigm is shifting mindsets in military leaders and strategists and people that are actually studying this, that the war in the future is going to be very distributed. It's going to be smaller forces on the edge of the battlefield that actually decide, collect data, get information, make sense out of the information, plan a mission, prosecute the mission or execute the mission, and then they move.
Are
They
we
move
at
very
the
fast.
stage of
That's what this is.
machine-on-machine warfare now at this stage?
You
Or
know,
you're going to
so-
take the soldier out of it?
So I'm glad you asked that question because it's a very, very good question. It's really misunderstood. We're in Davos, Switzerland, right? A very nice place, and there's a public emotional sort of disconnect with saying that a machine-operated drone or weapon may not be morally good. Every time they fire a HIMAR or fire any missile, it's a fire and forget missile. What happens afterwards, you have no idea. Yeah. And that's why 60, 70% of the time, they don't hit the right target. And there's so much collateral damage or waste. Why don't you allow something that can actually act more responsibly and has rules on it that says if you don't hit the right target, you don't hit it? That's why the innocent collateral damage on Switchblade is zero. And there's very many other things like that in military nowadays. So I think it's a misunderstood concept that we're okay throwing a bomb, a 1,000-kilogram bomb on a neighborhood or a space.
Over there.
Yeah, but a very highly surgically operated weapon that is specific to go do a mission. And by the way, if it doesn't find the target or doesn't think it's safe enough, you could wave it off. That's another feature of Switchblade. It's considered morally not good. That's the concept.
Great answer. Is it this seems that's a great segue for you to comment, Lawrence, because you're working with Ukrainian companies on the software side to develop operating systems. Without getting into state secrets, those operating systems are designed to do what?
To hit targets. Pretty straightforward.
Precision, but we're talking about precision targeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's along the lines of what Wahid was saying, is that the nature of warfare is sort of, instead of carpet bombing and scattering, which is what actually the Russians do it deliberately. They don't do it just because they can't shoot straight.
Mines, look at the mines.
They just obliterate everything in front of them, and then they move forward. So that's a tactic that they've used for hundreds of years. In this situation, how is what you're doing with the Ukrainian drone companies changing the nature of warfare?
I think if you talk about the nature of warfare, I think the one key thing we have is it's an absurdly quick and existential innovation cycle if you're developing in country. And you cannot replicate that. You can just be there. That's the only way to experience it, to have it. That's also why, on average, I'm very, very humble with respect to any Ukrainian defense tech company, because the rate of innovation, the quality they're producing, the problem fit they're achieving is incredible. And so, if you ask me, what is the key thing, is that we've moved the development a little bit, almost like in World War II, back into the problem space in Ukraine, and that hasn't happened in the West in the past decades to the same degree. And I think if we're talking about the technology itself, so what additional levels of autonomy are we seeing? I personally believe we will see two things, and I don't want to predict when, because technology is sometimes unpredictable. But one is true autonomous mass. So right now we have a relationship in general still of one drone, one operator, one pilot. It's still flown by hand, or at least guided by an operator. I think we will see very quickly a one operator to 10, 20, 100, and an autonomous mass. The second thing is that you alluded to, I totally believe in drone against drone warfare. Because, as Wahid said, it's a good thing to send them forward and to not risk human lives. And I think that's going to change things dramatically, because the first line of contact might be in the future machines.
And it's not just drones. I mean, there was a report with the 13th Brigade of the National Guard, the Kharkiv Brigade, where they experimented with a combined arms warfare robotics assault, and using machines on the ground, both tracked and wheeled, drones in the air that were doing both recon and attacking, and then they had other machine guns that were self-propelled, and the Russians were freaked out because they didn't know who to shoot at. There were no bodies there, and that was probably the first instance, at least the first reported instance, of how you had a combined arms warfare maneuver that it didn't involve people behind with the joysticks, but they weren't on the battlefield. And so the other interesting part, and that sort of plays into this whole idea of the partnerships that Alexander was talking about and how to coordinate this, how rapid this is evolving, which you just talked about, Lorenz, seems to be a challenge for the big prime contractors. They're having, many of them are my clients, and I could see they struggle with this notion of how do we innovate fast enough. And so there was the big article in the Financial Times about your company partnering with Rheinmetall, which is very, I can personally tell you, I found them very forward-looking. But they seem to have understood that they hit a wall with something and need you to work together.
I don't think necessarily that an established prime has to hit a wall to embrace innovation. Maybe they also just are very, very competitive. So I'm not so much bought into the notion that established primes, including our environment, need to be displaced.
No, prime.
We have been for 20 years, but not a different kind of prime.
Different kind of prime.
And I think what really, and we've seen this so many times in software in general. Now speaking about that specifically, that there is a certain level of adoption of new capabilities through software that can move just a lot faster than a hardware-defined process, and it totally makes sense for established companies with an established customer base to look for new ways to do business. I mean, it's the defense industry has so many partnerships and joint ventures, and it's disorienting.
Very incestuous, yeah.
And so for any big prime, basically embracing software-defined warfare as a principle makes total sense to me. And that's also a way to acquire talent through partnerships much, much faster than you otherwise could organically. And I mean, this has happened so many times across so many different industries.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. And this sort of raises the question now, what is the impact of all of this going to be, moving to our next block, on regional and global security? President Zelensky gave a great speech. Every speech he gives, I think, is the best speech I've ever heard him give, and then he just keeps going. But his emphasis on Europe's, not even responsibility, but wake-up call. And there was a great article that somebody said that Europe got a wake-up call with the invasion. The problem with that is that the wake-up call is not the same as getting out of bed. And so they've lost 3 years of faffing around waiting for the Americans to do something to manage this conflict to a standstill. That's now become clear that's what U.S. strategy was going to be. Has not worked out great, or we paid for it. So when Ukrainians feel that, you know, the West was fighting Putin down to the last Ukrainian. And so that's how this war was going to end, which is really an awful place to be, I can tell you. But this, it seems, what President Zelensky was talking about was that Ukraine has now emerged as the leader, or a leader, among European nations for moving the security and the economic dial forward. And that is an enormously interesting concept. And because it means we're not waiting for donors to come and help us, because this is our war with Russia. He was really clear today that this is Europe's war for its own survival at this point in time. And Alexander, what do you know, sitting in the government, watching what these folks are doing, and looking at this from a geopolitical standpoint, what are the implications? Do we need NATO per se, or do we need the EU? Do we create a coalition of the willing along the lines of the Jeff countries? That the countries who have the military capability are prepared to use it and can work with Ukraine as a full partner. So we don't need to beg to get into a club. We are actually a founding member of a club. Is this something that's being talked about in your shop?
When we first started discussion about Ukraine joining EU and Ukraine joining NATO, at that point we've been just asking for that membership. Now the discussion we started with previous administration of US and we will go on with the new administration is quite different. We say, listen, you helped us really much, you keep helping us and you will keep helping us on, but one day we will join EU and NATO and we'll come with assets, we'll come with value. We've got the strongest army on the continent, capable army, and we've got the strongest industry on the continent, capable industry. The industry you will need in EU and NATO one day. Hopefully not, but you better be prepared. I allowed myself to be not ready for the war one time in my life. I don't want to be not ready any day more. And I don't wish it to anyone. Thinking how you can get your family out of the town, it's something you better don't get in this position. You was right that we've been rethinking and reshaping the way we fight. It's quite different now from day one of the war. You've seen what we've done at the sea with having no fleet, but having a mosquito fleet of sea drones. That's something the whole world will need. You've seen what we've done with drones. We've got mortars and we've got mortar drone, FPV. We've got artillery and we've got artillery drone. We've got long-range drones. We've got what we call now rocket drone, something that is quite similar to missile, cruise missile. And this year would be the year of unmanned land systems. Watch the front line.
Watch that space.
Yep. And all types of unmanned systems is something the whole world will need to be more secure. AI. My president said that now, unfortunately, Europe is lagging behind, and it's true. When Scholz was in Ukraine, we showed him AI-driven solutions. Yaroslav was one of those presenting his solution. And we've got over 10 companies in Ukraine, including German companies, also present in Ukraine and doing something with Ukrainian industry. And that's something the whole world will need as well. And out of 2 AI solutions, one is auto-targeting. We already got this solution. It's already scaling up. German solutions, Ukrainian solutions, all of them are scaling up. There is the only one AI solution that we expect later this year. That would be the Swarm. That would be a game changer as well. And hopefully, it's going to come soon. Right, Evelyn?
That's a great segue over to Evelyn. And when you're looking at your portfolio companies, or if you're looking at, Yaroslav got all sorts of credit, and now he leaves. Yeah. We'll make sure we mention you again. Don't worry. But when you're looking at your portfolio companies, okay, and you're looking at new companies, because you invest in companies that are abroad, that do only Ukraine-related work, do you find that the European companies in particular are looking at Ukraine because they are lagging behind, they can't get the resources in their companies, and so they need the access to both the polygons, the time in the air, as well as the technology?
It depends. We have 2 categories, broadly speaking. One category is, the startups, the early stage companies, and they are looking at Ukraine as a fast-to-market, beyond the mission, obviously, because these are allied nations, but they are looking at Ukraine as a fast-to-market place and a laboratory. And to us, them putting Ukraine at the top of the agenda is a qualifier. So that's the one category. The other category is the established companies that want to stay in the game. So they need to come to Ukraine to familiarize themselves with what's successful. So they modernize and they keep innovating at the same speed and don't get displaced by the early stage companies. So those are the 2 categories. Now, one thing I wanted to mention is Ukraine is very good at developing point solutions for specific missions. The next step change is to look at the battlefield as a system, to look at the interdependencies of these point solutions. And for that, I think we would strongly benefit from more collaboration with the West, okay? So you have, for example, strike drones. They got very good at terminal guidance, precision, getting to the right target at cost. One thing to remember is Ukraine fights cost-efficient wars. So, it's very, a lot of times we say, we don't have that in the market, we need to develop. And somebody says, oh, come on, we have already. We have interceptors, we have, yes, you do, at cost-prohibitive stage, which we don't accept. So innovation is required not only in product, but in cost. So you need to develop at the cost that Ukraine is willing to pay, and to be honest, that any nation should be willing to pay. Nations should not be overpaying because they will be eaten for lunch by the Chinese if they continue to pay the prices that they do in the US. So going back to how we can work together with the West is Ukraine is good at point solutions. It's time to step up the game with systems. So these weapons that were developed for specific missions need to start talking to each other. You need to have an operating system that all the sensors from all these point solutions feed into, and giving the commanders, giving even the regular soldier the ability to explore the productivities of these weapons working together.
And that's the amazing thing in this sector is that, you know, you can freelance as a company to find your own brigade and you say, okay, here, test this stuff out for us. They'll give you a report that would, you know, blow a management consultant's mind, and you go back, you iterate, you go back and you do all of this, and then you go for certification to the MOD or to MSI, which is really an incredible, it's very efficient, and it seems I don't know that there's an analogy anywhere.
No, there isn't.
For this. It's been going on for 3 years.
Yes.
You know, it's now a normal process. Oh yeah, well, I can introduce you to the 14th. No, I think the 122nd is probably better. But I mean, it's an incredible discussion. I want to ask Natalia about the lessons learned from all of this, but I'm going to ask Wahid first, so that you can wrap him into your comments. You wanted to jump in on this, and what I would also like you to add is some thoughts on the global impact of what's happening in Ukraine that you see beyond the borders.
Yeah, so I mean, as a defense prime contractor, a very different one, the kind that we've been preaching for 20 years, that the defense industry has to change, and I think it's changing everywhere. We had to be highly vertically integrated from the beginning. So essentially, almost every subsystem, a drone system, whether it's loitering munition or not, is fairly complicated. It's complex. It has many subsystems, right? And so when you go in the commercial airline business, for example, if you make an airplane, the engine manufacturer and the cockpit control manufacturer and the avionics manufacturer, the air conditioning manufacturer, the airframe manufacturer, they're all different companies. They get together. That's not the case for us as a company because these industries didn't exist. So we had to have expertise there. Our exposure in Ukraine, number one, has been that Ukraine, we realized from a very early on, has tremendous, they have all the ingredients that we believe are necessary for an industrial base to be able to be one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. They have highly educated, talented people. They are motivated. They understand technology really well, and they have learned tremendously over the last several years. And they have a history of defense, Antonov, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, and of course, this Petri, you know, the Petri dish that's been in Ukraine has been a tremendous learning lesson from us. We've actually made a lot of changes. We have people in country engage with them directly to actually learn from various tactics, maneuvers, strategies, and operational concepts that we've actually made changes on our products in a matter of months, weeks. So I think this long term, once the peace is in place and this war is over, which we all welcome, is going to change the industry. Ukraine is going to be, and that's why we already signed multiple agreements with help of Alexander and his organization. We actually already applied for approval from the US government for the co-production of Switchblade in Ukraine, but that's just one of the items. I've actually received approval recently for another initiative that we have, and it's going really well. So we are talking to at least 50 different companies within Ukraine. And our goal is to actually not only help them, as Evelyn mentioned, because they do need some help and collaboration is important, but how we can develop end-to-end solutions that actually addresses not just a point product, but a mission, an end-to-end mission solution is what they need in general. So, you know, these different technologies are all interrelated. You cannot do, for example, the gimbal of a drone without the autopilot. The pilot has to know where to point the gimbal. So there's a connection between that and the weapon that's on board or the warhead. These things are very interrelated, and I think future is going to be tremendous for Ukraine.
There's so much there to unpack. Natalia, go ahead and try. But I think that, you know, on a high level, there are tons of lessons to be learned, and I think that we need to start thinking about what those are going to be for not just for Ukraine's sake, but for the sake of Western defense going forward, the things that President Zelensky was talking about today.
Yeah, I'll mention three, building on some of the points already raised. I think the first one, realizing that Ukraine is an asset, and not just in terms of new capabilities, not just in terms of new methods, But actually, the biggest asset is people. It's this emerging cadre of warfighter technologists, innovators that are locked in this very rapid innovation cycle. That is hard, and that does not exist in this shape or form anywhere in the world. I think it would be a historic mistake for the West to not realize what asset that is, because that could serve as that DNA can serve as a foundation for transformation of Western defense industrial base. I think two more. One, look, I think we all learned that it's not only what you have when the war starts, it's your ability to surge, because many capabilities become irrelevant as the battlefield changes. So how do you develop and reshape Western defense industrial base to produce relevant capabilities at moderate to low cost, not just the high-end stuff at scale? I think finally, it's already been discussed, the distributed innovation, but I think it's also distributed deployment of capabilities. Like, requirements are changing way too fast for the warfighter to wait for the entire solution to be developed elsewhere and shipped to Ukraine in this case. And I think US in particular, as it thinks about helping partners around the world, needs to figure out the way to source solutions to partners and distribute them at edge, so that essentially, I think we need like a global defense industrial Lego, and then have pieces and give them to people who are closest to the problem. So I think that's the next level of transformation and the lesson that we need to learn. And for US, it will matter not just for Ukraine, but also for Taiwan, for many other partners that we are supporting.
Alexander, all of this stuff is going on in real time. It's like playing 5-layered chess. Is this not overwhelm the government? Is this not overwhelm the general staff? I mean, how do you keep your finger on the pulse of all of this and then channel it in the most appropriate way to make sure it's used at the places it needs to be used on the battlefield?
Then it's easy.
I thought
Getting back to the first question you asked me, what's the secret tool behind it? I would tell you. It's great people working together in one direction. It's not only great people at the stage. It's not only Geron Smetanin, who is the youngest minister in the government. And you know what? He's been running a tank repair factory in Kharkiv in year 1 under siege with 3,000 people under his management. And you know what? My railway depot was right next to his factory. And I was shelled, heavily shelled. But you know what? I've got what missed his factory. He got times more. And he managed to run it in a proper way. Later, he managed 74 factories in one hand, in one company. It's Taras Chmut, who's been running public sector, and I personally tried to get him on the board in state company. A year ago, finally he's got on the board. He's on the board of Defense Procurement Agency. It's smartest members of parliament who somehow appeared to be fighting for defense industry in legislation. Galia, raise your hand. Guys like Yaroslav, who's been doing pets tools, but finally they turned to be doing great job in defense industry. Many, many other people. Lena, I hope one day Horizon will start funding defense industry as well. It's ESG in Ukraine because it helps make more Russians good Russians. And Evelyn and Wahid were so right when they spoke about the cost or precision. You know what? We've started this war with bravery. Everyone knew Ukraine for bravery, for standing for the second army in the world. Later, we came with resilience, or ironness, as we call it. And you know what? Now we should be doing math, the mathematics of war. We should be counting everything. We count everything in defense industry. We should do more in the war itself. And finally, I feel, I don't know how, but last year at the same panel, I told one story that that night we hit St. Petersburg first. That was the first oil depot we hit with things made in Ukraine. Yes, we've been still asking for Atacams, for, can I call this name here, Taurus? for many other missiles, for many other things to hit deep inside Russia. But already a year ago, we started hitting Russia with things made in Ukraine. And you know what? This night we hit Voronezh.
Yeah.
No one says anything. Last year it was a big news everywhere. Now we hit Russia deep inside every day, but no one says it's a good news.
Why? Because it's normal. That's what you want. You want the normalization of these kinds of activities. But I think that this is a great segue into the third block, the last block, which is how this is actually transforming Ukraine. Because the country, I've been in Ukraine 33 years, and the transformation that I've seen in Ukraine over the course of the years, it could not have happened in, let's put it this way, the total resistance, the people that you talked about, Alexander, was what actually saved Ukraine at the beginning of the war. We didn't have a Ministry of Defense that was capable of sourcing the logistics, of sourcing the weapons, of supplying the troops. The entire Ukrainian army was run on the backs of volunteers. And everybody, we had a saying that you were either on the front line or you were working for the front line. And that unity of the Ukrainian people, which is, you know, people say, oh, it's starting to crack and we have problems with mobilization. I mean, the fact that it has remained this solid for 3 years is quite incredible. And those changes, but the country has changed. We used to say that when you were running for president, you couldn't win without taking the East, but you couldn't govern without the center and the West. The East has changed. The East is not the East it was. In fact, most of the East is in the West and abroad. So the dynamic, the political dynamic, the economic dynamic, the social dynamic is inevitably changing. And I would like to, even for our friends from abroad, you know, for you to comment on those as well. But I would like to start with Evelyn in terms of what you've noticed as the transformation that the defense sector and the defense tech in particular has prompted. You're going to go down the line and you get the last word.
Well, before I talk about defense specifically, I would say that the biggest change, I guess, is the discovery and deep love for its national identity. Because without the understanding of their national identity, they wouldn't be fighting. And I think this, you know, was kind of like the final step in understanding. And part of that national identity is understanding its neighbor and preserving that national identity. So in my view, Ukraine has to and will be forever militarized, and strongly so. And of course, that means a strong defense sector. So that is a must. It has to be part of its DNA. Now, then you're like going to the pragmatic side of it. And the pragmatic side of it is 1 million people will be coming back to normal lives soon. What do you do with these highly trained, highly experienced, knowledgeable people? You would be silly, and I told Wahid that this morning, not to leverage them towards creating in Ukraine the most consequential, influential, and interesting defense hub in the world, right? You have trained people at low cost, unfortunately I have to add that, that know what they're doing and can add a lot of value to the rest of the world. So that's what I will work on, and that's what I think every Ukrainian understands and will execute on.
Excellent.
And I invited him to open his R&D center there.
So when's that happening? When's the opening?
I wish I could tell you all the details, but there's some stuff that we have to keep it a little bit quiet. There's several. We have a lot of. We are
next
very
Thursday, Kiev.
Yeah, we're very well wedded to the Ukraine. I mean, for us, it's not just a moral responsibility, but it's also, you know, I have a personal connection to this too, because I mean, as you know, I was born and raised and lived there under the Russian.
You were a refugee.
I was a refugee. I lived in Afghanistan. I mean, I came to the United States because of the Soviet invasion. Who'd have thought 25 years later that I was going to make Switchblade for Ukraine?
That's right.
Or for the United States. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what it's like The best part of the whole event here for me today was the President Zelensky's speech, actually. While you think it was not great, I thought it was the best one, because here's why I say that. War is tough, extremely difficult. You know, I've lived through it, you've lived through it, many people lived through it, and he described how the best solution is not to have a war, and this deterrence. But how do you have deterrence? If we roll back the tape to before the war started, what would have Europe done, United States would have done, all of us would have done to avoid that? We would have empowered and enabled Ukraine to be so strong that nobody, besides even Russia, dares to even think about attacking it. That's the best solution for war. No war. It's peace through strength, as Ronald Reagan said, right? So the reason I think President Zelensky's speech is so powerful and so meaningful today is he said, Europe, don't let us repeat that story.
Yeah.
Don't let us play that movie again. We have a chance as a society, as a region, as a continent, to do something about it. And we have all the ingredients to do it. This is not, you mentioned 5% of GDP. 5% of GDP? To avoid that, Ukraine would pay 50% to avoid it.
We're close to that now.
Of course. United States during World War II, I think the percent of GDP on defense was 30 some odd percent. 35, 30, I've heard statistics between 30s to 40%, United States. Anybody who was making cars were making airplanes, they were making it for defense. You couldn't find an industry that was not making it for defense. So the point here is, to your point about this, Ukraine is an example of what we want to avoid. Avoid this war, but the way you do it is you're going to have these bullies in the world. They're not going to go away. It's been in existence since the beginning of humanity. And you got to have the strength not to allow them to attack you.
Well, I want to also say that
100%.
Yeah.
And that's the key. And Ukraine can play a major role in that.
Yeah, I loved Zelensky's speech today. Yeah, like you said, it's just gets better, right? And Europe needs to stop shooting itself on the foot. I'll give you specific examples, okay? So how can it be that the NATO Innovation Fund, the $1 billion fund, NATO Innovation Fund, only invests in dual use? Let me say, I don't invest in dual use, I invest in military capabilities because I am a defense fund, okay? So what Europe needs is focus. You are asking the military entrepreneurs to not have focus, to be sitting in two chairs at the same time, while the enemy, you know what they're doing. And then you are debanking defense entrepreneurs. I got debanked twice because I do stuff with defense and Ukraine. That's immediately a red flag, right? So Europe needs to get focused and serious and stop debanking defense entrepreneurs. They need to, on the contrary, create facilities, create banks that are specialized to better serve the defense entrepreneurs and not keep shooting themselves in the foot. Diana is the accelerator. Now I'm going to press everybody's button at the end of the panel.
All right.
Diana Accelerator, under the NATO umbrella. The head of Diana has never been to Ukraine. They do nothing with Ukraine. Yes, they do nothing with Ukraine. And guess in what they invest? Climate tech. Get serious. You know, you're a defense alliance. You need to be investing in defense tech exclusively, okay? Things that kill Russians, to be more specific. Then you have, for instance, the missing in action folks, right? We need AI. You know, Lawrence was talking about it. We need AI. France has a very strong AI ecosystem. As far as I know, there's not a single French AI company operating in Ukraine to help automate drones. If anybody knows,
we're getting there with them. We're getting there. We're
so I'm pressing everybody's button now.
Working on it. Working on it. Can we move on?
Yeah.
We're running out of time, and I'd like to get Lorenz's view on transformation in Ukraine, what you've seen and where you think it's going.
I mean, a lot has already been said. I think I don't want to talk about the civic society because, you know, I don't live there every day. I'm oftentimes they're actually, you asked me if I moved to Kiev, so often we run into each other. But I think what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing a lot of resilience. I can speak to that. I'm seeing an incredible defense tech ecosystem that I can just add to that, needs to be leveraged, needs to be nurtured. And I think that, yeah, it's underrepresented. To your point earlier, the amount of capital invested within Ukraine in defense tech is actually really small compared to the global VC landscape. And I don't understand, like 2 years in, and with somebody like Evelyn there as a trusted go-to person, why there is not more flow, because the solutions are incredible.
Yeah. Natalia, coming back almost full circle to where we started with you, you know, I think there's a lot of discussion in the press about, you know, that Russia is so strong and it's moving forward and it's pressing, etc. Whereas, you know, when you read actually Russian commentators, you realize how weak and brittle things appear to be in Russia. This is now an attrition game, and who can outlast the other? Is it, and it's not about armies, is it Ukrainian society that is going to be stronger and outlast Russian society?
Look, I think it's important not to underestimate the adversary. They have concrete capabilities and strengths that are well discussed. What I would say, though, rounding out this conversation, look, the combined GDP of US, NATO states, non-NATO allies is 63 trillion. Russia's is 2 trillion. Like, if the West leans in, Russia loses. And we were talking about Ukrainian transformation. It's important to understand that Russia is transforming too. Russia 2025 is not Russia 2022. And that was bad enough that it invaded a neighbor that it thought was so militarily weak you could take it in 3 days. Like, Putin has wasted over 800,000 of his people killed and wounded for effects that are arguably mediocre. That is transformed, and Russian society normalized that. So we're not going back to the status quo, and I agree that it is time for Europe to create a credible deterrent to the problem that it is gonna own. The final point I'll make, because we talked a lot on this panel about how to discuss lethality, how to discuss investment in defense. We also need to reframe that conversation, because right now, it's operated inside of Russian drone box. Russia has invested tremendous resources to essentially frame any defense as escalation. For those who you read Orwell's 1984, right, Peace is War, it's the same thing. They're trying to frame any Ukraine's defense as escalation, any investment in Ukraine's defense as escalation, any delivery of Western capability as escalation. So this is actually a leadership challenge to restore the strategic clarity and remind everyone that this is a war of choice. And you know, we're at Davos here, what a lot of people consider the leaders, like that's the task, to explain the free world why it needs tools to remain free.
Excellent, thank you. Alexander, what do you see Ukraine as in 5 years?
As Evelyn said, national identity. You probably remember, we've been always fighting with Russia centuries ago, and we've been always producing weapons. So probably, Evelyn's right, we would be fighting for centuries again, but the point is how we will fight. As Howard Buffett said one day, West would never fight like we do. Vahid coming from Air Force knows that air superiority is crucial. That's why Switchblade is coming from air but landing on the land. Vahid got great personal story. Finally, it's a good story, but it's quite complicated. And that gives him the motivation to come over the ocean for this panel. Let's credit him for that. I've seen you've been trying to get all the secrets from him, including the one that we would be co-producing Switchblades in Ukraine, including some others, but please don't then. Leave something to announce later.
Thank you.
Lauren said that sometimes we meet so often in Kyiv that I'm thinking whether he already moved or not yet, on the way. I'm sure that one day Ukraine would be a destination for many great people to come and to see what we do. And Natalia is right. We shouldn't underestimate the enemy. That's something that gives me the power to wake up and move on and do more and more. They would never get away. They would never step down, and that's the mind we should have in our mind. For that reason, we should be rebuilding our country as the arsenal of the free world.
Excellent. I think we're going to probably wrap up on that note. I can say personally, I want to thank each and every one of you for the contribution that you make. I mean, I'm on a flight path for Shaheds. My house is. I hear them flying over, and every morning and every night, I pray to God and thank the ZSAU. And it comes back to the people. And, you know, I've done things here in 33 years, most of which I'm reasonably proud of. But the thing that I'll be most proud of for the rest of my life is that I had the opportunity to join the armed forces in some capacity, because all of us, now, you know, I mean, it's actually about these people. It's not about me at all. And, you know, when you love something so fiercely, it's an easy choice at the end of the day. And that feeling, I'll never forget that feeling we had in the first weeks of the war, when everybody came together. And we knew that people that wrote us off. I mean, my panic-stricken calls from my family, I stopped taking them. I couldn't handle it. And I've never experienced such fear in my life as during the defense of Kiev. I mean, it was just raw. But you know, you just keep going. And because everybody else is doing the same thing. And when I was at Ukraine Invest, I used to talk about promoting Ukraine as a European Ukraine, bringing Europe into Ukraine. I think President Zelensky today actually laid out a really good framework for a Ukrainian Europe. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for this excellent discussion, and invest in defense sector. Lena, it's high time. So indeed, it was really interesting. Thank you, Dan, for the excellent moderation as always. And from the Ukraine House, we would like to keep you warm in Davos with Ukrainian creative industries. So please.
Wow.
Дякую. Thank you. There's two.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have twins. I'm going to need another one.
No problem.
Yeah. Are you kidding?
It's a scarf?
Oh, a picture.
Oh, cute.
I got one, but I'll keep another one for my daughter.
Take some breath.
How do you want it? Where do you want it?
Thank you. I've got one who's 17
I would like
and one
also
that's
to
19.
invite you to our next panel that will be
Sure.
on the Invictus.
Such.
So we will discuss the humanitarian help and support of the veterans at 6:30 today.
Yep.
Please come
Thank
back.
you, everybody. Thank you.
Have some coffee downstairs in our shelter.
You did a fantastic job moderating.
Yes.
Дякую, друже. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear guests, good evening, and welcome to Ukraine House Davos. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director, and on behalf of the organizing committee, we are very glad and happy to see you today. This panel is called Invictus, Unleashing War, Wounded Superpowers. And it is my great pleasure to invite the moderator of this panel, Daniel Salem, Officer, Special Operations Forces Unit. Welcome.
I have. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. How are you all feeling? Nice voice. You know, my daughter called me today. She's 9 years old. Not today, yesterday. And she said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Switzerland." I said, "Why?" She said, you know, like there's a rock concert, so where all the cool people gather to help army people. So they gather to help us. So that's really cool." And she said, "Wow, that's so cool." And when my daughter says that something is cool, that's something great. So I want to thank you for being here. So you can cheer up to yourself, honestly. Thank you so much. I'm an officer of a Special Forces unit. Our unit was the first unit to get inside the Kherson region. We were 4. We got through 25 Russian military soldiers. I got shot in the back. The bullet went into my vessel and fractured my scapula. While I was defended by my brother, Vyacheslav, he got shot in his hand. The hand is fine. They didn't amputate it. But still, he cannot use it as he can. And after that rotation, we came home. And he asked me a question, a normal brotherhood question. He said, "Bro, what I'm gonna be doing next? What's in it for me? This is what I do. This is what I love. I was defending my country, and I loved it. And while I was defending it, I was a rock star. While I was wearing my uniform, I was a rock star. I used to pass by the streets, and people used to salute me and tell me thank you. What now?" And honestly, he got me off guard, because I wasn't expecting from a strong, vivid, big, huge guy to ask me this question. Usually, and I know how it looks, you look at my friends over here that we became friends during these 2 days. Some of us know about each other, some of us don't know. And if you look at, for example, this first guy, you'll never think that he can be scared, that he doesn't know the answers to all the questions in the world. While we are fighting, we have to think quick, we're smart, we're funny, we're brave, we're ignorant. But when we finish our job, we're lost. And this is really important. And I think our mission today with you is to think about what's going to be next for the veterans. How is our life going to be passing on while we are alive and we don't have that cool thing anymore? Thanks to you and thanks to today's speakers that right now I'm going to be, as a privilege to ask you on this stage with your applause. I hope everything will get better in Ukraine and in the whole world. With your applause, Svetlana Gritsenko, the board member of Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. Me, I call her mom. She doesn't like that.
God, that's horrible. I hate you.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked later, but that's okay. Dr. Eric Cho Pena, Vice President, Center of Global Health, Northwell Health. Hello.
Thank you.
Krista Waller, Director, Ukrainian Initiative Temporary Foundation. Temerty, sorry. And Roman Tychkivsky, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Veteran Support, UMAEF. They're all yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Well, not to thank you, but anyway, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. I'm really honored to have such a great audience here today, and it's a great honor for me to speak about the people who, for me personally, now are the people in Ukraine. I mean, about Ukrainian soldiers, about veterans, and what we are doing now to help and support, and what we can actually do all together, and which more is needed. So, as Daniel said, I'm a board member of the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. I'm also co-organizer of Ukraine House Davos, which I'm very proud to do together with my other female partners here who are here with us here, Lena, Yaroslava, Uliana. Thank you very much for doing this house. But, recently, for the last 2-3 years, I grew up in a military family, so army and military was not something new for me. Since I was a child, I was spending time on army bases. I was dealing with many military people. But obviously, as most of the Ukrainians, since 2022, when the full invasion started, all my brain things and actions are really strongly devoted to these people and to support them the best way possible. And I'm proud that my organization and founder of the organization I work for, it has the same values, the same approach, and most of the projects we are doing are really about this. Just imagine one day you wake up in the morning and everything you knew, your body, your sense of yourself, your future, just changed in an instant. Our soldiers, they sacrifice so much for us. That's why each of us has to take all the possible steps to keep on supporting. When a soldier, a wounded soldier, comes back home, the battle is not over. It just takes a different form. One of the projects we are doing is called Recovery. And from its title, you can understand that we're dealing with the recovery of Ukrainian soldiers and their rehabilitation. What we do, we work with both those soldiers who have severe wounds and unfortunately are not able to go back to the front. So our aim is to help to improve their health as max as possible, to change the quality of their lives. As of today, we're having already 15 centers throughout Ukraine with over 20,000 soldiers who passed the rehabilitation. And you know what I want to say? Most of them, even those who, well, unfortunately really have to go back home or stay for years in hospital to recover, almost each of them, I speak to many of them, they all say, I want to go back to the front line. I want to go back to the front. I want to keep it in my fight. And I always ask why. I mean, you have wife, you have daughter, you have mother, you have family, you have things to do in your life. And many of them, they had civilian life before coming to army. They were successful IT people, or they were in medicine, or whatever. And most of them are speaking about the unity with our soldiers, the unity with the country, and their wish to keep on serving this country, to keep the unity going. So while rehabilitating our soldiers, rehabilitation in Ukraine for many years, it was rather recreation than rehabilitation. We regarded this field more as, spending time and getting some rest, which is not. It's a hard work of both medical teams as well as the patients. It's really hard work to get your health back. And one thing is physical rehabilitation, which is hard, but this field is developing in Ukraine, is becoming better. And thank you for international partners for sharing the experience, the knowledges, the approaches. And as of now, I have to state that you can learn from us now. There are so many doctors coming to Ukraine now trying to learn the approaches we do, because the number of traumas Ukraine is working with is enormous. Nowhere in the world you find people who have such a number of different traumas. And and those who work in Ukraine know of this. But there's another thing, is mental health. You might not have a physical trauma, but you might have a mental issue. Moreover, unfortunately, maybe my friends here won't be happy with this. They're not looking like wounded soldiers or doors. They all came here mainly from the front lines, including Daniel. They were like 3-4 days in the trenches to go and fighting for Ukraine, but they do have mental issues. Some of them recognize that, some don't. And this is something we have to work with. And this brings up a question also of Another project we are doing, just recently we launched a big project, it's called Повернення, which is in translation to English means coming back to normal life, which will be focused really on mental health, where we'll be building at least 25 centers this year to help deal with the mental health issues. And here again, international experience is very, very welcome. And I'm really proud to have Eric, who's having a great experience. He will share more what they are doing with this field, and I'm happy to help. But what I want to say, that soldiers, it's not like, different people or different angle or veterans, it's just people with specific experience. This experience is harsh. This experience is really specific, but they're still people. They want to live, they want to love, they want to have families, they want to have jobs, they want to go to the movie, they want peace in the country. It's not each of them is dreaming to living with a war. Not each of them was born as a soldier. Many of them had a civilian professions before joining the war. And people I speak to, most of them want to keep on going. And then the question, are there other countries, other people who have or doesn't have any war experience? You have the population, you have the human resource base for the economy that is working. And just imagine that one day, most of its human resource is taken for another source, war, for example, and the other part is already or wounded or is lacking to develop your economy. And that is where we are now. So that's why we're trying to say that at the same time, our human resource is the biggest pride of us. And for me as well. Our people are innovative, our people are creative. You can't even imagine, with the even military things we receive, what our army does. It finds so incredible ways to use it, with increasing the efficiency by 100 times. Not twice, not 3 times, by 100 times. They use different vehicles that they produce so say you will never be able to use it, and they do. The same as we're told, you will never keep longer than 3 days, and we're in 3 years now. So that's why Ukrainian human resource, I believe, is one of the strongest. And I believe the veterans is a major part of it. So I'm proud to be a part of Viktor Medvedchuk Foundation and the team to be working with these people on a daily basis. It's my personal inspiration, and I believe it's my obligation to do all possible. And I ask everyone, each of you, if you have something, project, idea, approach, or anything you're ready to share and help and support, please do. This is of immense value for us and for you as well. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Eric.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here tonight. I do wish it was under better circumstances, but I do want to thank the Viktor Medvedchuk Foundation, the other co-organizers, Ukraine House, for inviting me here. I'm an emergency physician in New York. I work for a health system called Northwell Health. We're the largest health system in New York, and we're the 7th largest health system in the United States. And prior to February 24th, 2022, we had 0 projects in Ukraine. But we were, as well as I think the rest of the world, really horrified by what happened during the full-scale invasion, the targeting of healthcare facilities, the strain that it put on the country. And our CEO came to me as the lead for global health for our institution and said, figure out how you can help. Figure out what we can do. I'm not going to talk from 2022 on. I'll be here 20 minutes talking to you. But what started as kind of what we would consider traditional aid, sending supplies, doing telemedicine consults, where it became very clear that our trauma doctors, maybe for the first couple of weeks, were going to be useful to the Ukrainian trauma doctors, and then they were teaching us at the end of those consultations because they had seen way more trauma. So it really became about partnership and about how can we adapt our help to be partners with the Ukrainian doctors, with the Ukrainian military, with the Ukrainian veterans to help figure out the needs and what they need and meet those needs. And I'm really proud of what we've been doing. We partnered with a local organization who the co-organizers are in the back, Natasha and Nadia from Healthy Initiatives, to launch a mental health initiative, starting with healthcare workers. So preventing the burnout of healthcare workers, taking the lessons that we learned from COVID and from our health system being the epicenter of COVID in the United States. We've taken care of more COVID patients in the United States than any other health system in the US. And we had lots of burnout. and we needed to be resilient, and the same way that the Ukrainian physicians and nurses and healthcare workers need to be resilient. And so we formed a mental health training. We actually launched a conference last year in Kyiv, and we asked the Ukrainian healthcare workers what would be useful. And we listened, and then last week we went back and we delivered Train the Trainers. We had space for 35 doctors to become master trainers in a curriculum called Stress First Aid. 48 showed up for the training, and so we trained all of them. And we did that in Bucha last week. We're going to continue working. We had great conversations with the Ukrainian military, and the head chaplain for the military chaplains wants to deliver this training to all of their chaplains in all of the Ukrainian armed forces. So this is about partnership. It's about being agile and meeting needs. Another big area that we're working on is prosthetics, and about how are we going to meet the overwhelming demand of prosthetics for civilians and soldiers that are giving parts of their body in defense of their country. How do we make it so that they are able to live full, productive, self-determined lives? And so we've been working with military hospitals, we've been working with public hospitals in Ukraine to roll out a new way of making the sockets that the prosthetics fit into that's based on 3D printing technology, which the Ukrainians, you said it earlier, that Ukrainians are very innovative with technology. It didn't take very long for them to figure out that you could use these 3D printers to make really very durable, very cheap, very quick sockets that would help stem the tide of the demand. Because if we did the traditional way of using plaster and making molds, it would take us years to catch up to the demand. But with a 3D printer, you can take a picture with your cell phone, send it to a 3D engineer who's going to design the socket, send the digital file back to wherever that veteran or soldier is, and it gets printed on a machine very close to them. So we can take the experience and move it around. It doesn't have to be right next to the soldier. So it's portable, it's cheap, and it's fast. We are also now, our telemedicine program has really evolved into a second opinion program. It's really about the isolation that doctors feel because they're stretched so thin. So when you're an orthopedic surgeon, normally, if you've got a tough case, you go to the office and you talk to the 6 other orthopedic surgeons that are sitting there. You say, "Hey, I've got a tough case. How would you approach this? How would you do this? Do this repair?" They don't have that. The orthopedic surgeons are so scarce right now. They're spread so thin. They're often operating in islands, and so we've become that phone a friend, where we're connecting Ukrainian doctors to U.S. doctors. We're training Ukrainian doctors to other Ukrainian doctors to have that community of practice where they can troubleshoot tough cases and also talk about, it's hard to continue to have the same level of injury 3 years in. And so, I wanted to come here and share that with you. We're really proud of our health systems record. We do this with very little funding. This is really funded by the budget of Northwell Health. And as you know, healthcare in the United States is not a very lucrative business. You don't make a lot of money if you're a hospital system in New York. But we think it's important. It's part of our core mission, and it's in solidarity. And every time we call a consult from a Ukrainian doctor, technically, I call the doctor on call for some hospital in New York that works for us. They don't have to take the call. I mean, they're not paid to take the call from Ukraine. They could say, I'm busy, I'm tired. No one has ever said no. We've had 0 refusals. Everyone says, I want to help. Put me on, let's do it. And I'll be honest with you, we're probably not, we've done over 1,000, and we're probably not capturing all of them anymore because they continue to talk on Telegram or WhatsApp about cases back and forth, and they form friendships. And so I think I'll stop there. I'm really honored to be here tonight, and I wouldn't be myself if I didn't end by saying Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Thank you, Dr. Eric. I would like to add something. When we met today, Dr. Eric started with the words, "I'm so sorry that I'm late." But I want to ask you, with the big cloud of applauses, Dr. Eric just received an award, a Schwab Foundation Innovation Award. My congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you weren't late.
Yeah. And I mentioned, I think I said the word Ukraine 6 times in the forum today. I also, the one thing I forgot to say that I wanted to say, you know, they're talking, they just came out with the global risk report, right? And the biggest risks in 2025, number one was conflict. Number one. No one in this room needs to hear that from the World Economic Forum. You all know that. You're living that. And I want to just thank you for being the tip of the spear for democracy.
Christina Waller.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. I am probably going to just push this back so that it's not. So I am here representing the Timotei Foundation. Thank you to all the organizers of Ukraine House for having me. Daniel, thank you for having me on your panel. And before I start, I'd be remiss because I feel humbled to be in the presence of active duty members from Ukraine and veterans themselves. And so thank you for your service. And so, as mentioned previously, I'm with the Timotei Foundation, which is a Canadian registered charity started in 1997 by James and Louise Timotei, and now managed by their daughter, Leah Timotei Lord. Pan Timotei, James Timotei, was born in Donbass himself, came to Canada at 9 years old, and feels a very strong connection back to Ukraine and a responsibility to give back to the land that he came from. As a foundation, we have 4 pillars. One is healthcare, one is social inequality, climate change, and the 4th pillar is Ukraine itself. And we are involved in a number of different initiatives supporting primarily the people of Ukraine. And I think a theme that we've heard really over the last couple days here is how incredible, resilient, and entrepreneurial, creative Ukrainian people are. And our foundation really believes in supporting organizations that are Ukrainian-run, Ukrainian-led, grassroots, and as somebody said earlier today, getting out of the way. We are a foundation of grant giving, so we have a lot of trusted partners that we work through. We don't run our own programs. So people ask, you know, why do you support Ukraine? Yes, there's the connection, the ancestral heritage, but Ukraine is the largest humanitarian crisis, one of the largest in the world right now, and it's incumbent upon all of us, the international community, to help ease the suffering of Ukrainians right now. It's, you know, from the displacement, from the impact on society. Obviously, there's a lot of mental health issues in the country right now. There are many different areas where international organizations can and should play a role. And I believe that it's their moral responsibility to do so. The other issue that is important to our organization is human rights. And we're big supporters of the Center for Civil Liberties and Alexandra Matvichuk and the work that they do, and believe that their voices need to be heard. I can see Mykola Kuleba in the crowd, and the work that Save Ukraine does, bringing children back from Russian occupation, is also an area that we support. And all of these crimes against humanity need to be vocalized, need to be spoken about, and most of all, there needs to be justice. And we're firm believers in that at the foundation. So one of the things that I've been working on for the last year, along with the Robert Bosch Foundation and the Charles Motts Foundation from the United States, is a foundation platform called Foundations for Ukraine. And 12 international philanthropic organizations, so mainly privately funded foundations, have come together to, I'd say, have dialogue, share stories, and try to increase the impact of philanthropic dollars in Ukraine, while at the same time encouraging other philanthropic organizations from all over the world to join us and help, I guess, ease the pathway in and explain to them the process and share with them some of our trusted partners so that they too can get involved and have confidence in the impact that they want to make in Ukraine as well. On top of that, we have many initiatives that we support that support veterans in Ukraine. And I think one of the things that I wanted to mention was the scope compared to other countries. One of the partner organizations that we have, Veteran Hub, told me that it's anticipated one day that there will be 1.5 million veterans that need to be reintegrated into civilian society in Ukraine. And that is a huge number that, from my understanding, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, no other country has had to deal with, especially young veterans. And so many organizations are needed, many different practices are needed, training the trainers needed, it's all needed, and together, you know, we are stronger. And so thank you to everybody who's doing the work. We, with Veteran Hub, try to support their mobile unit program. And their mobile unit program goes out to the villages with somebody who provides case support. They provide mental health support and legal services to veterans who are either immobile or don't know where to access services. And what I wanted to do is I had a story that they shared with me, and I wanted to just read it to you about one of what really inspired a lot of the work that Veteran Hub does and what keeps them going. So these mobile services, as I mentioned, go out into the villages. Said on one trip, the crew visited a veteran who was almost completely paralyzed due to his injury. The crew's driver, said he, took the initiative to visit. As it turned out, he had served with the man in the same brigade long ago. Initially hesitant, the rest of the team watched as Sidhi and the client engaged in a heartfelt conversation. They talked nonstop for the next hour and a half, reminiscing about their time in the brigade, discussing their positions, people they knew, rehabilitation, and the latest news. Sidhi listened attentively to the answers through the letters of the alphabet on the wall, where the veteran was pointing, looked him in the eye, and shared many laughs. This conversation has since become the benchmark for Veteran Hub, reminding the importance of human connection. Like I said, the people of Ukraine are the strength of Ukraine. One of the final projects that I'll chat about that we are participating in is that this year the Invictus Games are in Canada. We're proud to be big supporters of the Invictus Games, particularly Team Ukraine, and helping them come to Canada to participate in the Games. The Games allow a global sense of community for veterans, and they're just, you know, something that we're really proud to be a part of. And in general, we're proud to work in Ukraine. We were there well before the full-scale invasion, well before the war started in 2014, and we'll be there for years to come because we believe in the future of Ukraine and the people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Roman?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. I take this panel as a tribute to the courage of other people and to everyone who have been supporting and continue to support us in this fight for freedom for the last 10 years. I am with Ukraine Moldova American Enterprise Fund. Have recently been appointed to a new role as a Strategic Initiatives Director. And within that program, within my area of responsibility, I'm responsible now for launching the Veteran Support Program that we have recently launched. I'm also a veteran. I had the privilege to serve with the ranks of the Ukrainian Marine Force in different roles within east of Ukraine and south of Ukraine until I received my injury, and which forced me to leave the forces and transit back to the civil life. So for me, it's the first public appearance probably in the last 3 years in such a... So it is a great honor. Thank you for putting in me the trust you put. Ukraine Moldova American Enterprise Fund has recently launched the program, as I mentioned, Ukraine Veteran Support Program. But we decided from the very beginning to look into more wider, in terms of audience, scope of the program, considering that the war imposes wounds not only on the wounded soldiers that later become veterans, but also on the families of the veterans, families of those who were killed in action, families of those who are still considered missing, families of those who are held in captivity, as well as first responders and medics who come to eliminate the circumstances of massive airstrikes that we experience on a daily basis across the country. So while I had basically an assignment to look deeper into this topic, it was obvious for me that the scale of our activities can be enormous, but at the same time we have to prioritize. So basically what we are looking at right now is the continuous effort of our enemy to impose all sorts of stereotypes about the military, about the veterans, about the families of those who served, about the families who are held in captivity in Russia. And that's how Russians are trying to basically kill our solidarity from inside, split us into small pieces, and basically, in addition to imposing the fatigue of their war against Ukraine among international community, they are working very hard to impose that fatigue within the Ukrainian society. So for us, it is very important to be part of the projects that actually prove to the Ukrainian society, first of all, that we are adapting to the new reality, a new reality of constant external threats, and we are changing, we are transforming. So one of the biggest projects we have already launched, or we will be launching soon, we will help transform at least 5 universities of Ukraine into fully accessible, to make sure that our wounded sisters and brothers who returned from the front lines, but also the civilians who suffered from severe injuries due to war, wounds, etc., have free access to some best educational institution in Ukraine. You know, when you go through the military leadership training, they teach you you should not pity a warrior inside yourself, but also inside those who are next to you. So, you know, guys who have went through severe injuries and are disabled, unfortunately right now, they tend not to leave their homes because they are afraid to be pitied by other people on the streets. They want to feel that they're still strong. They still want to feel functional, and they just want to live life. So for Ukraine, it's a huge transformation. By that, we'll be creating new jobs within the architecture fields, construction fields, and I'm very proud that we give a start to this project. Another project is reconstructing morgue facilities. So we identified that, you know, while we carry the bodies and the fragments of bodies of our fallen soldiers from the front line and later pass them to the families, first of all to be identified, and then the families collect the bodies for further burial, we missed this transition kind of episode when the bodies are actually stored, managed, etc. And if you look into some facilities, they are just, you know, not the way they should be. So this is where we pay respect to the medical staff, we pay respect to the families, and we don't let the enemy to impose the argument that we don't respect our fallen heroes. We will continue working on creating this visibility of change around us in order to prove to the society that we are transforming, but also to prove to the soldiers that Ukrainian society behind the lines is changing as well, adapting to the new reality. Of course, we have a big segment of work that is related to make sure that we can financially sustain the families of our veterans, the families of the veterans themselves, the families, and the whole group I mentioned before. So we are supporting some of the initiatives, working like with a startup company to support families that are starting businesses in agriculture. We will be working with the UKU Business School to help nurture small and medium businesses in other areas. We have launched several projects on reskilling. For instance, with the Sheriff Security Company, we have contributed to create the first school for the veterans to become civic demining engineers and sappers. And of course, children. In the legacy of the fund, children have a very important role, have a very important place, with the Ukrainian Leadership Academy being established, but not only. We have identified that for the service members, for the veterans, for the families who lost their loved ones because of war, the way society treats children is one of the criteria whether my effort, my sacrifice was worth it. So within the Ukrainian Leadership Academy, with some other partners, we are looking forward, and we have started already some of the project to support the children of the veterans, the children of the currently serving members, the children of the families who lost their loved ones, etc., and other groups that I mentioned before. Many of those children are still live next to the front line. Many of those children don't have proper education in the last 5 years because it covers also COVID. And so we will be working hard side by side with the government and other donors to make sure that some of those children, especially with exceptional talents, can find a proper future in Ukraine. As we say, when you go through such a trauma as losing your loved ones, you either lose sense of life in the future, or you can turn your grief into a strong, powerful resource that can take you to the next heights. So we hope that will help the children and their families basically find their next big goal in life and turn their grief into strengths in order to transform the country. To finish, you know, the way we treat veterans, the way we treat the families of all the groups that I've mentioned, the families of the first responders, it defines our future capability to defend ourselves in the future. It's not only true for us, it's true to every country that partners with us to defend Ukraine and together defend the Western civilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roman. Ladies and gentlemen, as we see, this panel was about gathering the experts of leading situation who think about how to rehabilitate the lives of those who are suffering. And now, if you have any questions, and I'm sure you have, I'm sure you're ready to answer them.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm counting to 3, and then I'm just picking people.
We could also just keep talking, which you don't want. So ask a question and let us know what you want us to talk about.
Yes, thank you.
Dan Bilak, Danila Bilak, from Kyiv. Actually, it's a question that somebody else asked me. I don't know if he's here, so I'm going to ask it for him.
Perfect.
And it was a really interesting question because he asked me after my panel, what have been the advances over the course of the year in battlefield medicine, over the course of the last years in battlefield medicine? We talk about defense tech, we talk about manufacturing, and what have been the advances in medicine itself that Ukrainians can learn from, that can benefit Ukraine as a society, but can also be something that our allies can learn from as well. Thank you.
If I may start, and I would do exactly, Dan, as you did. You transferred somebody's questions, and I transfer my word to somebody. Here we have a fantastic medical expert in battlefield medicine. Please, Darina, can you give a word? And I'm sure Yep, please.
Microphone. Thank you for this question, because I think Ukrainian battlefield medicine is really so advanced now, because we have deployed our Role 1 and Role 2 facilities in any landscape. For example, now Ukraine has the closest Role 2 facility in the world to a battlefield. It was only 3 kilometers from a battlefield when we conducted our first reanimative thoracotomies, our osteosynthesis, and so on. Also, Ukraine is the only country in the world that has a sustainable blood transfusion system that contains not only medical facilities, but also pre-hospital facilities. In Ukraine, we documented the blood transfusion near the battlefield no more than 200 meters from a battlefield, from the enemy. Also, we can teach the world how to deal with the medicine in an encirclement. We have twice an encirclement where we need to deploy big military hospital. First one was in Mariupol, second one was in Avdiivka. And I think my friend also can tell something about the medical facilities in Avdiivka in a full encirclement. Also, when you are fighting in another country, you don't need to deploy the medicine as a big system. You only need to have roll 2 facility, roll 3 facilities, and after it quickly evacuate to your one military hospital, as it was in the United States of America. Only one vault to read, and that's over. But when you're dealing with a really huge amount of casualties, you need to intersect your civilian and military medical system, because you don't have an ability to deal with it only with military medicine. And that's the field where we are, I think, is best in the world, how to intersect these two systems and how to make them friends. Also, we have a really forward experience in long-way strategic evacuation. In Ukraine, we call it direct evacuation. We are trying to evacuate our casualties with severe wounds, not on the air because limitation of air evacuation, but on land, sometimes in distance more than 100 kilometers, just to save their limbs. And I think, as I said already for many times, in the world we have only two important things: logistics and personal management. And when we are working in a lack of personnel and in a difficult logistics, that's the place where you can find really interesting, innovative solutions how to deal with military medicine, because all of us know like how to deal with trauma. All these protocols were written 20 years ago and nothing changed. The physiology of American soldier and Ukrainian soldier are almost the same, but the management of a health system in Ukraine is brilliant now.
Yeah. Technological changes in technology are Ukraine?
Actually, I don't think so. For example, all of the devices, all of the medical devices I was working 10 years ago is still working now. We have more advanced like devices as blood warmers, like rapid infusers, devices that need 1 liter of blood in a minute to make a really big reanimational actions. But actually, it's almost the same. But we have a small military shift in the technologies. For example, we have a bigger role of CASEVAC stage in Ukraine than in America, because not all of the casualties will be after an hour. A golden hour is a fairy tale in Ukraine in the arms of a surgeon. So on a CASEVAC stage, on stage of evacuation, you need to do more than ordinary evacuation medical in America, Great Britain need to do. But the evacuation is harder than another country because of the artillery shots, because of the drones, and because of the landscapes. We have the regions where you just cannot go normally by a wild armed vehicles. You only need to use a гусеница. Как гусеница?
Oh.
What?
Tracker. Track.
Track, yes. And it's
A
really
creature
hard.
that has 40 legs?
Sorry. I have problems with English. So, and you need to make a CASEVAC fully useful medical stage of support. And also we have a big shift with working with hypothermia, because we have no wars in a really cold conditions before. And we realized that hypothermia issues is more powerful than we thought before, and that it is simply cannot be the last letter of an algorithm. So I think one day we will collect all of our experience and write down our own algorithm, but also it would be dozens of algorithms, because we have a different warfare in different locations. The healthcare support in urbanized area, in village, in a steppe is different. You need to act differently. And also is different every 3, 4, 5 months when we're changing our weapons or our approach how to use it. So that's it.
Yeah.
I know that Dr. Eric, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one quick thing. I'm really, number one, I'm really glad you were in the audience because everyone was going to turn to the emergency physician who doesn't know shit about battlefield medicine. But one of the things that I've heard over and over from Ukrainian physicians is what you just said. You know, we come and we're like, you know, we're the Americans and we're going to, you know, NATO medics, we're going to train you, right? It's bullshit. You guys have way more experience. The golden hour, that idea of the protocol, TCCC golden hour, you're absolutely right. You took our book and you were like, this book isn't going to work. We're pinned down for 12 hours. The tourniquet, you know, you've learned how to move tourniquets down so you can salvage limbs. You're doing blood transfusions. I mean, we have so much to learn. And the only thing I wanted to double tap, because you said it perfectly, is that it's about partnership. It's not about us coming to, it's not assistance, it's partnership. And that information has to be bidirectional or we're never going to learn. So thank you. Thank you for being in the audience.
You had a question? Yes?
Okay, so I'm going to put everyone on the spot. I'm going to start off by saying to our defenders, every single day we start our day, we pray for your safety. We thank you for your courage and your sacrifice. You know, we run a private equity fund, over $1 billion invested in the country, 26,000 people through the companies that we back, and everyone is able to go to work every day and help drive economic resilience because of what you do. So thank you so much. That's first and foremost. You are never forgotten, and we pray for your safety and your health and well-being every day. And my first question is to our defenders in the audience. Just think about this while I ask the other questions. If you had $1 million to put towards veteran support for brothers and sisters who are now out of the Army or back home and need that support, what would you put that towards? So that's the question for you. And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to put all of these folks on the spot. I would like Svetlana to talk about how recovery got started, how auctioning off a famous piece of art started this and everything that happened. I want Eric to talk about when President Zelensky came to your organization, the honor that was, the numbers, the huge numbers of what you have contributed. It's not just a few parcels or a few folks. It is high numbers in terms of what you've done already. Christina, who is so humble, but Jim and Louise Timmerty have catalyzed the largest philanthropic gift, $250 million in Canadian history, supporting health, supporting mental health. You've always been there for the Ukrainian initiatives. And the Unite with Ukrainian World Congress from the very first minute, all of that support, please speak about that. And then Roman, who's also a recipient of an Iron Cross, who is very humble about all of his, what he has done. And Roman, UMAIF has over $100 million to put towards investments and technical assistance, also investing in veteran-led businesses, veteran-led SMEs. Oksana Strishla is here with an over $50 million program, SMEs including veterans, backing Esper Bionics, backing others. Please talk about specific examples of lives transformed and how you want to transform lives with that incredible resource. So let's start with, if you had $1 million to support, what would you do with it?
For me, thank you for that question and for your support in Ukraine. It's very important for us to understand that we are not alone in this fight. As for me, the best solution is pay for education for veterans, to have a chance to realize the dreams. We have dreams. And I think it's the best solution. Thank you.
Anybody else want $1 million?
Wait, $1 million, the first one. So, first of all, Sarah, if you fight during the winter time, you definitely pay attention to any books that you can find, because no any books could be useless. because you can create the fireplace. So it's just imagine.
Fair.
Yes. So a little bit, I couldn't say the simple question, but I suppose I will create their volunteer organization with experienced medical staff who can collect more than 1 million and put all the money pool to the medical support, to the mental support. Because a lot of the people, when they came back from the front line, they're mentally broken. So from my perspective, this will be the great investment. Thank you.
So I can imagine this. I call my military brother and said, guys, we have $1 million. What we should do? Yes, it's good. It's good answer, I think. But I guess that first of all, it's entertainment, like playing football. I'm not joking. Yeah, it's playing football, playing like приставка, PlayStation, yeah, computer games and so on. It's like get distracted, yes, like відволікатись від чогось, від проблем. Це дуже важливо.
That is very important, and I'm saying that as a person who was traumatized. And if someone described things to me that I was facing, I would have never realized. You can only feel it. That is why distraction is one of the main things. And second thing is employment, because many people who leave the army and they do nothing.
Це дуже погано.
That's very bad. It is very important for a person to be involved into something and to have some senses inside yourself. When you leave the army, when you go nowhere, all your senses are lost and the life loses its sense. And very important is to give the inspiration to the veteran to move on.
I think, and something to keep people busy and integrated and part of a community and give them something, keep them busy, give them something to do and a sense of belonging and a place to be. And a sense of purpose, exactly.
Yeah, I see that we're almost out of time, and I'm afraid we won't be all four of us able to answer, Lena, your questions. I'm really sorry to that. But what I'll try, I want to actually add to the question you had for the soldiers. Last March, I think we were with a group of soldiers in Washington. It was a tour to speak different institutions, and here's actually one of the soldiers who joined us. And we spoke to like VA, organization stuff, and we always ask one question. Like you have an experience working with veterans. You have an experience US, which might not be best because you still had a high rate of people who are homeless, who were in jails, you know, submitted crimes, but still ask, okay, your experience, but tell us one thing, what mistake we shouldn't do? You know, like what we as Ukrainians, while working with veterans, we should do. And every institution we went to, in different even states, we had only one answer. Do whatever you do, just don't leave them alone. You better make mistakes. You better do something wrong. You better distract with the wrong game. You better distract with the wrong education, with the wrong thing, but don't leave the veteran alone. And I think it struck somehow me deeply in my head. And when I speak to veterans on a daily basis, I really feel it coincides what I hear from people in Ukraine. And answering your question about recovery, I don't know, we really have a few of time. When this project started was back in 2022 and Victor and Lena Pinchuk founded it, we realized there were many wounded people in the country and we thought like, what can we do to help? And we, Victor and Lena presented at Christie's auction in London, a famous work of Jan Koons. It's one of the most famous American sculptures and sold it for $11.8 million. And while it was auctioned, it was already announced that it's auctioned to help the wounded soldiers in Ukraine. So investors who purchased, they knew where the money will go. And these were the first funds for the project. Obviously, we already exceeded the funds hugely, but this was the start. And now we're proud. We're working with the state. We're helping the state to build the rehabilitation in the country. We really feel we're influencing the field. As I said, we have over 20,000 soldiers who passed rehabilitation in our centers. They're working based on civilian hospitals. We're working based on an internal affairs hospital, on military bases, on different. And what we do, we get the best international practice, best Ukrainian experience, and we're trying to join it in one place, get the best equipment to help the doctors provide the best services, and then we control the quality and keep on educating the doctors. And we're really proud we've done, and we really believe in it. We already see many of the doctors internationally coming to the center to learn the experience Ukrainians do as well. But here in Davos, by the way, a fantastic rehabilitation center, which we also learn experience from. It's really fancy, it's very expensive, but they do have fantastic approaches to work. Thank you so much for the question.
Do you want me to answer briefly? Or do we have time?
Ask him, he's a moderator.
Do you want me to answer briefly or no?
Dr. Eric, you can do whatever you want. You have a Schwab Award.
Oh, no, please. No, I mean, I'll answer the question much briefer so my colleagues can still talk. I'll answer the question I want to answer instead of the one you asked. So when Zelensky came, he came to UNGA in 2023. And we were very fortunate. We were the only hospital system that he visited. And it was because we were the only hospital system in New York that had Ukrainian troops rehabbing. And we've been very proud. So for most rehab services that we support are obviously in Ukraine. There are special cases where we have soldiers that have triple amputations or very complicated double amputations where it would be hard for us to do the rehab kind of with the telemedicine. And so we've had foundation support to bring them over. And they're doing heavy rehab. And the thing that impressed me was two things. One, Zelensky, when he first walked in the room, ignored all of us and went right up to his soldiers and just started talking in Ukrainian about where they were from, how long they'd been here. And that to me spoke a lot about his character. And then the second thing I'll say is when I was talking to the soldiers that have come through our health system in New York, and this was in 2023, but all of them were rehabbing so that they could go back to the front line. Like they wanted prosthetics that they could pull a trigger with. And as a physician, we try to focus on the patching up side of war, but just it touched me as to the level of existential nature that this war feels like. Even for soldiers that are comfortably and safe in New York, they want to get back out there. And so those are the two things that I'll leave you with today. Thank you.
Super.
Thank you.
Very quickly, just to talk a little more about James, Louise, and Leah, the Timerty family who started the foundation. As I mentioned, they have a strong sense of believing in people and investing. And I think that they, through long-term and high-impact philanthropic endeavors that they've done, they've really changed Canada for the positive and Ukraine. And we believe in community and continuing to invest in people and community. And one of those organizations, as Lena mentioned, is the Ukrainian World Congress. One of their projects, Unite with Ukraine, is a project that we really believe in. That's more on the sort of active support for the ongoing war in Ukraine. As opposed to the veteran work, but they do amazing work, and they unite the Ukrainian diaspora globally, and that is something that we believe in. We think we're all stronger together.
Thank you, Lena, for the question. As a fund, developing the entrepreneurship is a core part of the DNA, is our core of the enterprise fund. So far, I'm very proud to say that under leadership of my colleague, Vasil Nazaruk, who is currently serving in the armed forces, we have contributed to the development of more than 20 impact investment projects, basically backing financially some of the companies, like the chain of Veterano Pizza, and financially providing them low-rate loans through the partner banks. We did some other important projects. We have Oksana Strashna here, my colleague, who is now leading the new program for direct investment of the fund, and we certainly will be looking to support the companies owned by the veterans or by the families of the people I mentioned. We have recently contributed to the development of the Return Alive Foundation Veteran Department in order to enable the development of adaptive sports in Ukraine. So basically linking here because they are active participants of Invictus Games, and they are spreading adaptive sports across Ukraine's regions in order to help our brothers and sisters in arms who are already doing their rehabilitation to to adjust to a new civil life through sports. There are many other projects in the pipeline, of course. Let's get together in order to build a new culture, a culture that really Ukraine needs in order to respond to the massive challenge that we are facing, as we are facing one of the largest enemies we could even thought of in this fight. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, I wanted to tell a story, but I'll say another thing. We spoke earlier today. If you ask me, don't give us $1 million. Share with us $1 million. I think Ukrainians proved that we can be a really good partner and a really good friend. We proved that we are fearless, we are loyal, and be our friends. That's all we need. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Just be our friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the work you are personally doing and all of your organizations are doing. We highly appreciate, you know, I feel it in Ukraine, and we are stronger together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is like a small present to keep you warm in Davos.
No.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll share this blanket.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cold night.
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. Let's make a picture.
Yes, and while the speakers are making the picture, I would like to make the announcement that we have great defenders, and we are very proud to have them today with us. And the next panel with the defendants will start at 8 p.m. today, so please join us. Good evening, guests. Too late, but we have the latest panel in the house today, and I would like, on behalf of the organizing committee, to welcome you to Ukraine House Davos. And before we start, we would like to show you a video. We are very honored today to have the defenders with us joining this panel who will share the experience from the front line and also their bravery. You will hear a lot of stories, their personal stories, and what is actually needed at the front line. And hopefully together we will be able to support them and achieve the common goal. So I would like to announce the title of the panel. It's called War's Frontier, What the West Can Learn from Ukraine. And it is my great pleasure to invite the moderator of the panel, Svetlana Gratsenko, board member, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation.
Let's wait a second while our fantastic volunteers are helping us. Okay, see here. Well, not to keep you long, I want to start and invite defenders to our stage. So please welcome with your applause Yegor Fisov, Armed Forces of Ukraine. Vadim Mazevich, Armed Forces of Ukraine. Darina Smolnikova, National Guard of Ukraine. And Vladimir Shlyukharchuk, Army Aviation Command of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I'm really excited and looking forward to this conversation because I'm sure this is something we all can learn from and hear really strong thoughts and ideas from our defenders. But before we start, I would really want to ask you a moment of silence to remember those who unfortunately gave their lives to make sure that we can fight further for the freedom and keep on living. Thank you very much. So, you know, it's usually a moderator's role to introduce people, to say what their achievements are, who they are, so you understand the audience. But this time, I don't want to do this job myself, not because I'm a very lazy person, but just because I think these fantastic men and women can speak of themselves much better than I can do. So not take even a second longer, I want to give a floor for a short introduction of themselves, of your experience to these fantastic people. So Vadim, you're first.
Доброго дня, мене звати.
My name is Vadim Mazevich. Hello. In the civil life, I used to be a doctor. I was a scientist, academia member, and I was developing different technologies, including the first hemostatic set for saving blood. And I was at work when the war started, and I was about to get my PhD in healthcare and medicine. I started as the medic in the army, despite the fact that I'm the surgeon, orthopedist, but in the group were all volunteers, so I participated as a soldier, despite the fact that all the group were officers. After that, I went to serve in the armed forces, and at that time was at the head of the medical service of the special purpose battalion, and then the competence allowed me to become the commander of the intelligence group, and then after that, already at a different position, already not as a medic, I was serving as a special purpose, but on the now I serve as one of the biggest and most motivated. This is the 3rd Assault Brigade in the drone complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much, people.
I would like to wish all of you good health. My name is Yegor Firsov. Last in the previous life. Why? Because I'm not a soldier by education or the civilian. From some of the extraordinary professions, I was elected twice to the Parliament of Ukraine. I used to be the member of the Parliament. Sometimes my friends were asking, from which district are you the member of the Parliament? Then, of course, they were happy and said, okay, well, if we have the member of the Parliament fighting next to us, then we have to win, because this is the people's war for us. I started to serve as the tactical medic, then I occupied different positions. I served as the driver, and then at first I almost spearheaded. I became the sergeant and now the commander of the assault drones, and we have destroyed a lot. In the 2024 we have 16 tanks verified, 19 howitzers, and 198 automobile vehicles, military vehicles, and many other things.
Hello, my name is Rina, and I am medical planning officer from Azov. And actually, I have no bright civilian experience, maybe because when the big war started, I haven't even finished my bachelor diploma. But I had a dream to be a neurobiologist, so I was a scientist, and I was preparing for my scientific career. Maybe because for Ukrainian biology seems like similar with medicine, for example. That's why in my first unit I was serving as a combat medic, and after it shifted to a evacuational department medic. So the most time I spent in army, I spent as a medic of evacuational department. After it, I have small gap. When I was not in army, but also serving Ukrainian nation, I was working in the Ministry of Health, also on war medicine problems. And after it, I joined Azov Brigade. Here I'm serving for a year and a half, and now I'm the main medical planning officer, working on regulatory frame change and about the planning our health facilities near the battlefield.
Thank you, Rina. Volodymyr?
Good evening. My name is Vladimir. Volodymyr Shlyukharchuk, the colonel of the Army Aviation, the pilot, safety inspector pilot. I'm around 18 years in the Army and have 5 years in the civilian aviation. I made the war in 24 February on the occupation like a deputy director of the operational department of the biggest helicopters company in the Ukraine. I took my family and brought to the country house to my parents and went to their recruitment center. My first occupation in 2022 was the infantry platoon commander. So you can imagine the pilot on the infantry brigade. Lucky, their officers, the recruitment officers reviewed my document and gave opportunity to enter my origin brigade, 11th Separate Brigade of Army Aviation, Kherson. I am origin from the Kherson. So, and this brigade always in my heart. With all experience, I stay with my cadets that I taught to fly. Even in 2012, they stayed in front of me like experienced pilot, and I was proud. I was proud that I gave opportunity to some people to protect my country. I gave opportunity to pilot to fly. So mostly my military career like a pilot, I can say I was involved in their peacekeeper mission, a lot of in the Africa region. Even as a military pilot, the same as a civilian pilot. Around 6.5 years totally I spent like a peacekeeper. And today I share my experience with the pilots and definitely can share this experience with our partners. Thanks.
This is really impressive. Thank you so much. You have really, all of you have different experience and different backgrounds. And today at this panel, we want to focus a bit more about a fact that Ukraine doesn't want to keep any longer being a country, as somebody rightly said today, begging help. We want to show that we are a country that can be a partner, and we also can show that we are a country that actually has an experience and knowledge that is of the highest value for the West. And to answer this, what specifically we know in the defense sector, I would like to ask all of you one question. In your work within Army, in your daily life, you receive tremendous results. And what of those achievements you have you think might be useful for the Western countries they might need and want to use for their states? So let's start from other side this time. Vladimir, you first.
Thanks. Thanks for this great opportunity. So recently, with my brother in arms and their sister in arms, we had a little walk through the city. This just small, and saw the helicopter. And what the ordinary people see when they look at the sky. So they just a red, yellow color, good one helicopter that's fly through their perfect landscape, the beautiful landscape, through the mountains. It's amazing. So what I have seen, what I saw actually, it is the huge investment to the helicopter, a huge investment to the pilot. Inside the helicopter, there are a lot of their useful tools to bring their urgent needs, to save the people, to support the people, some casualties somewhere. The pilots always on duty, the ground staff always on duty, the ambulance team always on duty, the firefighting people on duty. There are a huge helicopter ecosystem, the airfields, the helipads through the country. The helicopter fly en route. Somebody has to manage, ATC controller, their ATC staff, and so on. Huge investment in the navigation system. So let's imagine their landscape in their hostile environment. Let's imagine their firewall. Let's imagine their air full of their FPV drones, surveillance drones. Let's imagine that enemy want to kill you. And today the Army aviation the helicopters on the front line continue to operate, continue to support our ground troops, continue to support special operations, infantries, their airbornes, air assault, everyone. Continue to perform the medical evacuation, search and rescue, combat search and rescue. And when we ask me what kind of their experience I can share, imagine this situation. So particularly for the helicopter, we can bring all our knowledge about how we use the sophisticated equipment that's were donated from our partners. And we can share the experience how to survive in this hostile environment using the aviation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vladimir, just to catch up a bit on what you said, how long does it normally take to prepare a pilot for being ready to take part in war actions? And does this norm in the world correspond to the reality in Ukraine?
Thank you for this question. Just recently, I had communication with one of their country's embassy inside the Kiev, and they asked me how we can squeeze the pilot's preparation, how we can squeeze their helicopter preparation to be ready to be engaged in the battlefield on call. The answer was complicated. It is that the UK guys always say like this, oh, it's so complicated. But they said that the answer was complicated, but it depends on their situation, their pilot's experience, and what we want to achieve. I can prepare pilots for their search and rescue operations, to perform the combat mission, to perform just a ferry flight from their one place to another place. Depends what we have to achieve, because their pilots, the helicopter, their aircraft, is just an instrument in the surgery hand. So we can say that if I want that pilot perform the fly from their helipad to helipad, it will take 40 hours. So it's around their, if we speak only about the flight, depends on their weather and so on. And it's around half a year.
Half a year.
Yes. For the military pilots, so I have studied 4 years in the university. To be their civilian pilots, I spent around 9 months to be the civilian pilots. And it's like to be prepared all times, you have to learn all your life. Because a lot of their different tasks. Today in their Switzerland, we can find the pilots' experience in the mountains area. It is the huge work. But at the same, we can say about there some part of pilots in the Ukraine who operate near the mountains. The pilots who operate near the sea land, they are prepared to perform their search and rescue under the water surface. So it's like an instrument. If you want to achieve something, you prepare the pilots for particular task.
Thank you very much. Rina, a question to you. You have a really strong background with the medical field. You were working different roles in this, and some part being a practical work and sometimes more of policy-making work. Can you share, please, let's say 3 top results or achievements or discoveries we have in Ukraine you think will be the biggest values for the Western countries?
Surely, I think I will start with some global points and after it just summarize with this in Iran. So the guidelines how to deal with trauma haven't dramatically changed since the last 20 years. The physiology of a soldier in Iraq, Afghanistan, in Ukraine is completely the same. We know how to deal with trauma. But the biggest thing in army management is the management of logistics and the management of the personnel. And when you're fighting in a war with near the equal forces, all these things changes. All the old textbooks that teach you how to deploy military medicine simply doesn't work because you don't have enough medical personnel, because you don't have such a logistical chain, because you don't even dream how to evacuate a casualty in 1 hour to a surgeon. You need to be really creative. So if we have just few textbooks about the military medicine, write it down for the last 20 years. In Ukraine, if we will write our textbook, we will write a lot of them, because as we understood, the military medicine deployed differently in a different situation, in different landscapes, and in different timelines. The medical evacuational changes in urbanized area worked one way. In a countryside, second way. When we are working near the river, is I think the most difficult evacuational routes. So we learned how to adapt the world standards to our difficult situation and how to deploy the medical facilities everywhere, really everywhere. The second thing is that we don't have enough time. We don't have a time for waiting. We don't have a time to hesitate. And that's why all of our changes, also changes in the regulatory frame, could be done really quickly. We have several really important shifts in regulatory frame in military medicine that was conducted for 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And it was possible only when we strongly connected our civilian medical system, our military medical system, and also of our businesses, all of our NGOs to deal with it. For example, I think the best achievement of my life is the blood on the battlefield. We need to do it as quickly as it's possible to change all the regulatory frame to make a blood available for combat medics, for non-medical personnel of a battlefield with no academical education, like as quickly as we can. But all the devices that we need to use is so expensive. And because of the financial planning, we cannot do it quickly if we will do it only with a governmental line. That's why we need to speak with a lot of NGOs to support us and to do it quickly. And actually, it was done in 3 months. After it, in 2 months, we write down a regulatory frame about the dealing with mild traumatic brain injury, the most common injury in Ukraine. So that's the two global things. Our approach to deployment of evacuational chains and medical facilities near the front line. And the second one is the intersection between the civilian and military medicine to make all the changes as quick as possible. And thus we are talking about like some distinct things. I think the first one really is blood on the battlefield, because no one used such big amounts of blood in the months as it's done of Ukraine. The second one is comprehensive work about hypothermia, because no one have a lengthened war in a really cold deployment. No one have war when we have a -4 Celsius, -10 Celsius, and military medicine surprisingly really changes when it's cold. The third one is really work with a mild traumatic brain injury when you're having war with the enemy, with near the equal forces. Around this 30–60% of injuries is simply mild TB, but you need to deal with it. And the third thing, I think it's evacuation, is our application of CASEVAC stage, because in mostly all of the countries in the world, it's like a medical taxi. Just safely go to a field hospital, and no like medical manipulation is done there, despite of a helicopter evacuation, but it simply doesn't work when your enemy have air defense. So we transformed evacuation vehicles, both armored one, both pickup trucks, jeeps, to a normal medical unit when you can do a comprehensive work about the health of a soldier.
Thank you very much. And to follow up, I also have one more question. It sounds like we really do have in Ukraine's experience to share, but my question is, in many Western countries, the warfare style is a bit different. When you go for a situation, and then you always know that in a day or two you're back to NATO base with a Coke there available, or when you have the golden hour working. Does Ukrainian experience, in medical field, what you're saying, is really applicable and needed for the Western countries?
If the Western countries are preparing for a big war, they at least need to learn how to do it, not to make all of our mistakes. After a few months till the big war started, when I finished all the textbooks from USA, from Great Britain, from Germany, like I read all of them, I simply try to find the people who I can ask what to do if all this simply doesn't work. And no one could answer me. That's why we make a lot of mistakes. We have adjusted our levels of medical support in different stages of evacuation, like many times a month, and I think it would be adjusted for years. I really want someone to ask why the things that is written down in these textbooks simply doesn't work when outside is 2 degrees. By what we need to do with it. And we lost a lot of times. We lost a lot of time, and till we are losing this time, we are losing the health of our soldiers, sometimes life of our soldiers, sometimes health of our soldiers. And now we need to spend really bigger amount of money and time resources and administrative resources to deal with it. If we will prevent this, if we will prevent a lot of amputation caused by hypothermia, if we will prevent a lot of problems caused by evacuational chains, it doesn't work. We will not now dealing with, say, as big amount of amputees, with a big amount of problems with after a mild TBI as anxiety disorder, depression. If we will learn before that the integrity of a inner ear is so important, we will spend more money on an ear defense, but we lost this time, and now we need to deal with what consequences, and it's much more expensive, dozens of times expensive.
Thank you very much. Igor, you have, as you said while in your first remarks, that you have different experience within the war, but I understand your main passion today is drones. So specifically in this field, what do you think? Is there something, again, we made a breakthrough, or we are still behind the world innovations and the ways the drones are used and the results they receive?
Ми почали про себе розповідати.
We started talking about ourselves, and I would like to add one small detail, but it's in fact not so small. During the war, I started to be interested in the history of Ukraine. When I have little time, I open any source, the works by Khrushchevsky, by Shevchenko, and I study that. And I'm thinking why it is so. Probably because I realized that I live in such a unique time, which is very complicated. Maybe it's more complicated than the time during Khmelnytsky or Grushevsky. And for me to survive through these difficulties and sufferings, these persons who once fought for the independence, they inspire me. That's a great example of how people who died already, they influence us 100 years after. And that's great example how we, every one of us will leave this world, but how we can influence our next generations by our actions, by our words, and talking about the history. And if we just put all the history into one question, what was the mission of Ukraine? It's about one thing. Ukraine has always been a shield against enemies. If we were part of Eastern countries, we were the shield against West or vice versa. And especially here in Davos, I feel that that's how people perceive us, as a shield against monsters, so that protect themselves. And in reality, that is so. I personally am not against that. I'm against the fact that we are perceived only as a shield, because what's happening with Ukraine now, even during the war, all these transformations, believe me, the time will come. The main thing is that we all have to survive, but the time will come when such countries as Switzerland will come to us, so that we give them advice, so that we defend them or give them information on modern warfare and modern challenges. First of all, we are talking about drones. You can see a lot of security people here. They are all armed and they're very strong. But believe me, the modern warfare is not about someone fighting with the machine gun against machine gun. The modern warfare is much more technological. And the experience that we've had, and believe me, maybe that's not dozens, these are hundreds, thousands of Ukrainians in the armed forces who during the daytime and nighttime were taking this drone, were adding some elements there, taking out some other elements. They were thinking about how to protect themselves from enemies' drones, how to tune them and to what frequencies, and that created unique experience of the unique war. And yes, we are used to believe that Switzerland is an advanced country. We believe that NATO can defend us, but the situation is that in many things, especially technological things, we are much, much stronger than other countries. Another thing that I would like to mention, and that's how people now are thinking, what is the main thing that the men have during the war. Many people will say the weapons, the machine gun, the gun, but the first thing that the soldier needs is a pad, notepad, with the information about what is the mind, what is the mind, where we are, where the enemy's shell hit, and we need to understand that this territory is the mind, but the war has become so technological, our country has become so technological that I am convinced that this experience will be needed for other countries. And my message here in Davos in Switzerland is our dear civilized world, our partners without who we wouldn't be able to win, those who help us survive. And believe me, Ukraine will be helping you a lot in the future. Thank you, Igor.
Igor speaking, sorry.
Можете продовжити.
You can continue in Ukrainian.
Experienced fighter. You had different experience in different roles in this war. You had a very strong background being a doctor and not just being a person with a basic medical knowledge. You definitely see all the mistakes we make in Ukrainian war, but I'm sure you're seeing your everyday work something that really makes a change in terms of warfare. What are these changes that you're seeing on a daily basis?
Я трошки детальніше.
I will tell in more detail because when the full-fledged war started in 2022, we forgot that the war actually started in 2014. I will give you an examples of myself and my brothers in arms. First of all, that's the young people, enthusiasts get together, several chemists, several doctors, and they are sure that in 6 months they will get a product which was developed by 14 companies and about 800 different scientists worked on this, and they needed 3 years. In half a year, many people who were giving their blood for experiments and who were giving investments, and they got the first blood stopping device in a year. That was in 14, 15, 2019, innovation. The first navigation system with added reality. We know that in the toys and games, but now and there was some money given by enthusiast doctors and money of the medical personnel who wanted to help people with injuries. These were not money of the sponsors, but it was not to make large cuts, but so that with the help of the scanner, they could make reconstruction. They could take biopsy of tissues and they will not damage tissues, because if you know medicine, you understand how important it is. And 24th of February 2022, all know what will happen, but no one's ready. In 4 hours, people from different parts of Kiev and Kiev region got together into groups. The groups were organized. They do not know what will be happening, but they all are with weapons, with arms, and they know what they should be doing. And the belief in your friends, in your brothers in arms, belief in your people. 2-3 months pass and there are no more resources because you cannot buy anything for money. You cannot get gasoline for your car, and there are no heavy weapons. But our volunteers who can get even the star from the sky, they help to organize normal cooperation with Western partners, with military units, and collaboration is taking place. And that's collaboration of people who are present here, and they were involved into volunteer movement, and they were helping even our 3rd Assault Brigade, and they know that all started as a movement of just some people's movement. We are here because we all started reading the book of Gans, vandaag, total resistance, and that was the book published during the Cold War. Now we and the legislators, we can tell you how to survive in this war. Now, the year 2023, counter-offense. Counter-offense with wonderful people, with my brothers in arms. Some of them are not alive, and I was pleased that one of them came here despite the fact that he has problems with health, but he learned that there's a Ukrainian house and he came here. What I can tell you, these people, they knew where they were going, only theoretically. When we went there and we saw this number of ammunition that was used against us, and that wasn't just during the counter offense. Every unit could feel it during this certain period, whether it was in Bakhmut, during Kiev campaign or Kharkiv campaign, there's no difference. And we need to survive that. And then believe into the future. Now I serve in the 3rd Assault Brigade, and I serve in the battalion of unmanned aerial systems. But people, with their behavior, they motivate you. You understand how strong are these people. They're physically strong, with tattoos. They know several languages. They have several diplomas. The sergeants who have high education, they don't want to become officers. They like to work with the people in the field. They believe in the future, even though we don't have modern military equipment. We need it. We need artillery, ammunitions, but we have certain results. We have people who know how to use that. And eventually, that is charity. That's we need to always be human beings, and Ukrainians demonstrated how we demonstrate it with the enemies who are imprisoned by us. We show that they are clean, they don't have any bruises, and we ask them, can we record the video with you and tell the world about you? Which country can tell that they're doing the same thing? And one more thing is legend. A single Ukrainian serviceman didn't kill a single person. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes.
Thank you very much, Vadim. After your speech, I wanted to really like underline the core of these messages, and that when you said like there's resilience, there's opportunity in all these issues, and I think I want to take a note and look through this panel once again. So we're really lacking of time. I have a million questions I would love to ask for myself, but I'm afraid I shouldn't be so egoistic, selfish. So please, I'm opening the door. If there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hand, ask a question, or make a comment if you have. And if you don't, then I have one more question to the participants. Please.
Thank you. My name is Natalia Bogayova. I'm from the Institute for the Study of War, and I have questions about the drone warfare. This war has created something that the world has not seen, which is almost fully transparent battlefield. And it's extremely hard to restore maneuver on a fully transparent battlefield. So I have two-part question. One, what is the most important lesson the West can learn now from about operating on fully transparent battlefield? And two, what do you think Ukraine needs to be able to restore maneuver on the transparent battlefield.
Thank you. Who want to take it, please?
Thank you. A good question, but I'll start from saying that start from what has been that about 80% are verified destructions that are happening through the drones, not the artillery, not the firearms, conventional ones, and nor aviation, but drones of different types. Drones have completely changed the character of the war. Before, the tank in 2022 was operating, everyone was afraid of it. It was a powerful weapon. Now, tanks, you can't see tanks near the front line. Drones simply have pushed them all away. If anyone will see a tank, it's a happy man, because the tank will not exist after they see it. So as soon on the stream you see the tank, everyone start competing on who will hit that tank first. And from different sides, they are throwing this I want to say poor, but the tanks with drones, and then they argue who was the one who hit it, because out of the 10 troops, out of the 10 whoever got the tank, they say, no, it was me, it was me, and he's showing the video. So, and that's why the character or the methodology in the concept and of the standard conventional war has substantially changed, and the war that was Soviet in a way before, because lots of literature was back from Soviet times. And the last thing I will say that the trenches, the centers in the trenches, the hubs in the trenches were built big, strong, thick ceilings. Now it's better to hide it like in a hole, something like a foxhole where someone is hiding, rather than having something big, open. Why do you need it? The drones have made the high-precision weapon work at its most. So out of this half-by-half meter, you will find a weapon that simply will throw something in there. Either the FPV drone will come or something will fly in. And the global war doctrines have not yet understood it completely, and we'll have to knock on those doors if we have time to distract ourselves from the war, come to them with the big, thick volumes of the analytics, knock on the US doors, on the Switzerland doors, NATO doors, and say, dear friends, look at it and research it. This is how we can help you.
My name is Dimitri Shishlo. A very simple question. Ukrainian soldiers go and train in NATO countries. Do NATO generals go and train in Ukraine?
Thank you. Have you ever seen a NATO general being trained at your units? Or heard? Maybe you have?
We have. It's opened observation groups. They're like usually near the battlefield, but actually, as I find out, is mostly the private initiative, which is like government only saying okay for these generals, majors, and so on. But actually, some of them are there, but not the exact amount that we need to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last question, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, recently, General Petraeus saying exactly that the U.S. gave the drones at the beginning, and now U.S. has to learn from Ukrainians how to do that technology. I am very, very sorry what's happening to my country deeply, and I'm curious how you feel about the fact that we have to give it up.
Long-term.
There's no sound.
Okay. Okay, so we already almost out of time, but still, I didn't want to finish the panel this way. And while listening to you, I had this feeling of sitting next to fantastic professionals, with people who have a deep knowledge in the warfare, with people who have something to deliver to the war, people who are obliged at the same time are willing to help Ukraine to win in this war. But I had, a really basic human question, which you're still a human and you have dreams. Maybe that are not really connected to the war. And I just shortly, could you tell what your dream is, just as a human? Again, from this side then, Vadim.
Так. Oh, sorry, I missed the question. I was thinking about what is your dream? Not like not as a soldier, but your dream to become famous and rich, right? Yeah, it was already said about $1 million question. Yeah, it's a simple dream. I think it's in solidarity with many other dreams. It's a real dream because there are some willingness, some wish lists, but the dream is that after our victory, we restore the country, and my sons and grandsons will be learning and researching history, not from the destroyed and not demined places, but in really good educational institutions around the world, and they will come, and other people will come back to us, will come to us to be trained both in our schools, high schools, universities. So I do hope that I will see the country still in my lifetime that I will be proud of. Well, the war does land people and ground down so much that you're not dreaming about BMW or the glory or anything. You have very down-to-earth dreams that you couldn't have thought of. You couldn't have thought of that you would have been dreaming of something like this. Last year, I became a father. And the only thing I dream of is just want to come back to my kid and live an ordinary life.
Well, maybe I would be over dramatic, but when I was a student, it was a great tradition for students to spend the May vacancies somewhere not in Kiev. And almost all my friends were going to Lviv because it's a beautiful European city, drinking nice alcohol, having fun. But actually, I chose my destination for every May holiday. It took for me 18 hours by a train. It was always hard, but I really miss the city. And I really want to saw it in my life for at least once. It was Mariupol. I really want.
What a dream.
So, just a small example how my family pay in this war. So, we pay by our blood. I was wounded on this war. My little brother, officer, was wounded twice, and he's still on the recovery with issues. And all of us live separately from our family. And what I want? I just want to have a strong, healthy family, my children, my wife, my brother, my parents. I want to be united with my family. And I wish you, really wish you, to think the same as we are brother, as we are sister, to be united with Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Well, We already really need to finish this panel. We're already really out of time. I think it was really interesting. I thank each of you for sharing your thoughts, your ideas, your views, for sharing your dreams, which is not less important to hear for us and to feel you. I know some people actually who have another dream. Maybe it's a bit funny, but to win in the game Stalker. And if somebody is really interested in that, just in a few minutes on our partner platform on the second floor, you can meet with the founders of Stalker who created it, and you'll have even some of the soldiers speaking about it, how they are playing in Stalker. So please welcome, and thank you once again really deeply to everybody who's here today with us and for your support.
Thank you. And from my side, I wish you all dreams come true. They are really valuable, and so I wish next year you come with your families, hopefully, to share your family stories here, not the war stories. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to our soldiers. Thank you to those who are protecting us. And stay with us, support Ukraine, and win with us. Thank you.